This was back in 1995. I was 15 years old, living in River Falls, Wisconsin. I had a 10 p.m. curfew. My house was a bit outside of town, and I walked everywhere. This particular evening was pretty normal until around 9:45. I hung out at my best friend's house playing video games, drank a case of Mountain Dew, ate shitty delivery pizza, basic 90s teenager summer shit. The walk from his house to mine was one traveled on the regular, at least 3 times per week, if not more. I knew it took exactly 40 minutes door to door. Just like every other day, I left at 9:20 p.m. on the nuts, never a minute before or after. The majority of my walk was a single road leading out of town, so there were no streetlights or houses, or anything really until the patch of land the nearby university used as an airstrip. And even this provided no real illumination, simply a few small runway lights, if you could even call them that. Once I reached the landing strip, I know I'm 15 minutes from home, and I checked my watch to confirm that nothing was different this time. After checking my watch again with nothing out of the ordinary, I see what seems to be an incoming plane. I thought it would be cool to watch it land right over the top of me, until I realize it's not going the right direction. The runway was 45 degrees to the road. This light was coming directly at me as if to land on the road. Confused, I looked at it. It got very bright and came at me so fast I felt blind for a few seconds. Then the light was gone. No plane landed anywhere. Not the road, not the runway, nothing. I shrug it off and march on. I kept my regular pace. I just looked at my watch. No need to think anything strange. I opened the front door to my mother on the phone. Very frazzled, she says, "Holy shit, he's home now. I'll call you back." Completely stumped as to what the hell was going on, I see the clock and nearly shat my pants. 11:40 p.m. My mother yelling at me, questioning me. I hear none of it, and I'm lost in my own head thinking, how can this be? It was 9:45 a few minutes ago. I just looked. Now, obviously, my mother did not, nor should she have believed me when I told her this story. I told the truth, mainly because I couldn't think of a lie that would have caused me to be that late. But that just made me sound like a crazy person talking about aliens or whatever. For your information, I never said aliens. It's just what she thought I was implying. To this day, I have zero explanation for 2 hours of time just gone. Okay, so I'm about 27 years old in Nashville, Tennessee. But this story took place about 12 years ago. Back when I was living in Missouri, my family and I were from a small town there. It didn't have a population of more than 1,000 people. It was a closed society. Everybody knew everybody. You know, your cliché run-of-the-mill small town. But one Sunday morning, my brother and I were bored looking for something to do. So we decided we'd ride our bike down to our old elementary school. We were about halfway there when we noticed something odd. The path to our old school was straight ahead of us. To our left, there was a road that had never been there before. Keep in mind that the elementary school was less than a mile from the high school we attended, so we rode on this road almost daily. The road was different from the rest of the streets in the town. It was new and made of asphalt, unlike the other roads in our neighborhood. It's an ancient town. And along the sides of the street, there were tall red trees that didn't grow in our town or nearby cities, so we decided to go adventure down the road and see where it led. After walking down the street for a while, we felt something weird that I cannot describe, but it was cold. Not outside temperature, but our bodies were cold. The further we walked, we noticed a neighborhood with quite tall buildings in the back. My brother and I were shocked because our town was isolated from any big cities, at least an hour's drive to the nearest one. My brother insisted we keep going, but at that point, I was too scared to continue any longer. Finally, I convinced him to go back, and we did. We walked back and continued to the school. We spent an hour or two there. We were on our way back when we came across where the mysterious road was supposed to be. There was nothing there. We were both beyond baffled, and immediately rode back to our house and asked our parents if they knew anything about the new road that had been built. They had no idea what we were talking about. We also asked about the new town nearby, and they looked at us like we were insane. My brother and I were both creeped out by this. We never saw the mysterious road again, or the mysterious town. One day at the beginning of this year, me, 26-year-old female, and my boyfriend, 26-year-old male, went for a big walk around the town we were living in at the time. It was the middle of the day, probably around 2 p.m., and we were both completely sober. At one point, we were on the side of the road in the jogging lane, and we saw a female child, around 12 years old if I had to guess, jogging. She was in our lane coming our way. I remember finding it strange for a child to be jogging on her own. There was no one else around, and it was a pretty remote area like a countryside road, but I didn't mention anything to my boyfriend. We were walking side by side, so I walked behind him so she could pass. I stopped seeing her for a few seconds, and when I see her again next to me, she's a full-grown woman in her mid-40s. He immediately looks at me in shock and asks, "Did you see that?" I asked him, did he also see a child turn into a woman, and he said yes. He said she never really left his sight, but as he blinked and looked again, she was no longer a child. We even looked back to confirm, and she was still the mid-40s woman. Since then, I've been noticing other small glitches. I don't know if they were always there and I just didn't pay attention, or if that started a whole chain of events. My wife, sister, and I are all avid backpackers. We spend a lot of time in the outdoors, but back in 2018, we decided to do pull-up camping with stargazing in Colorado as the main goal. We're from the Midwest. We used a light pollution map to find a remote camping area in the San Juan National Forest and planned to hike during the day and stargaze at night. The first day and night, the stars and trails were amazing, and we were all super stoked to be in the mountains and away from flat land. It was the clearest I've ever seen the Milky Way galaxy, and it was phenomenal. After the first night, we all got up early and decided to do another hike, this time following a small dirt forest road through the mountains. We all were having a great time, and there was nothing but positive vibes. I mentioned that our hike felt more like a walk, since we were on a road, so we all agreed to take the first proper trail we came across. We had a GPS unit, map, and compass, so we weren't worried about getting lost. We finally come across a trail that ran perpendicular to the road and had a slight gradient, running down the mountain. Staying true to our word, we all agreed to see where it went and turned onto the trail. As soon as we left the road and stepped onto the trail, I had an unprovoked and overwhelming feeling of doom come over me. Suddenly, my excitement left me, and I felt, almost instinctually, that I would be in serious danger if I went down this trail. This unprovoked feeling of doom was strange enough, but when my sister said, "Guys, I don't think we should go down this trail," and my wife responded, "Oh my God, you feel that too?" I lost my shit. We quickly returned to the road and continued our walk. We all agreed we had the same unprovoked sensation once we stepped onto the trail and could not come up with any logical explanation. I have never experienced anything like this, and it still gives me goosebumps thinking about it. My boyfriend and I went to the gas station to gas up, and I sat in the car while he went inside to pay. Saw a noticeable man in rolled-up jorts, thick boots, and a black tank top, just walking back and forth in front of the gas station talking to people. It was obviously strange behavior, but none of my business. So we moved on to our next destination, the grocery store, about 5 minutes down the road. We watched the guy still pacing back and forth in front of the gas station as we pulled out and made our way to the grocery store. We didn't hit any traffic, and it was a complete straight shot. We pulled in, immediately got out, and the same exact guy we saw pacing the gas station was walking outside of the grocery store. It was 100% the same guy, and we still have no idea how. There's no shortcuts or anything he could have taken. No idea how he got there before us. Still can't come up with an explanation for it all. Today I went to get my truck's oil changed. I was in the waiting room of the service place for about 20 minutes. I remember pulling into the service bay at exactly 12 p.m., according to the clock on the dash. This seemed correct because I left home at 11:55, according to my computer's time, and it only takes 5 minutes to get to the service station. When the oil service was done and I got back into my truck, the time on the dash still read 12 p.m. I thought maybe the service technicians had disconnected my battery for something and reset the clock. So when I got home, I pumped the hood and checked the battery. It was still covered in dust, and it was obvious that the wiring harness hadn't been disconnected or even touched. I thought that was weird and hopped back into my truck to set the clock to the proper time. Now it was reading 12:07. I looked at my watch to see the correct time, and it also said 12:07. I thought I was going crazy and had just misremembered what time it was. I usually have a very good sense of time. So I pulled out my phone and checked the time there. It said 12:27, so I set both my truck's time and my watch times forward to that. I know that both my truck and my watch were both accurately set before this, because the recent daylight savings time forced me to update them. What I don't understand is how both my truck and my watch missed out on a full 20 minutes at the same time. Did I drive through some glitch in the fabric of space-time and it put my truck and watch back 20 minutes? I have a full recollection of those missing 20 minutes, so it's not like I have 20 minutes unaccounted for in my memory, but my truck and watch seem to have missed out on those 20 minutes. Does anyone have any possible explanation for this? I, 40 female, went to the supermarket with my husband, 43 male, and son, 7 months old, last week. As usual, he stayed in the car with son while I went in. They usually park at the parent and child parking spot, right by the main entrance. However, because it was cold and raining, he left me right by the door before going parking. 15 minutes or so later, I come out and spot our car right in front of me. Walked by the back window where I see my kid's car seat, but nobody's in it. And then, as I walk to the front, I see an old lady sitting in the passenger seat all alone. She was gazing towards the front of the car, and I thought, gosh, I almost opened the door of the wrong car. Lucky she's not looking this way, or I could have scared her by trying to get in. So I kept walking for a couple of meters. It's a small parking lot, and couldn't see our car. So I called my husband. He answers the phone, and I ask him where he's parked. And he says, right in front of the store, parent and child parking spot. I turn around, and there he is. Same car, and our child is strapped in his seat. Neither of them saw me or the lady that I saw in the car. I'm still doing mental gymnastics to explain it to myself, unsuccessfully. This is something I think about from time to time, and it doesn't make sense. Years ago, my good friend and I went to a hiking trail. She wanted me to come with her because part of the trail led to a waterfall/river area and it was a good day to go swimming. She had been there before to go swimming. I had not. We started the trail, and near the beginning was a map. We looked at it to figure out which direction to go in to get to the water, and she took a picture on her phone for reference. I'm not the best with remembering directions. We walked and followed the trail and made all the correct turns, and at one point we knew we should be near the water. There should have been a waterfall. We should have heard it. There was just trees and a path that went on. We were confused. So we tried to take another route, and soon enough, we ended up right back at the beginning part of the trail and saw the map again. We were suddenly right back by the parking lot. It felt like it took a much shorter time to reach the map again than it took us to get to the end where the water should have been. We walked at least a mile from the map, and within minutes of turning around, we were just right back where we started. We were both so bewildered, looked at each other and said, "What the hell?" I asked her if we just teleported. We laughed it off because there wasn't anything else to do. We never found the water that day. We just went back to the car and left. I have since been back to that trail and had no issue finding it. Looking back on this memory feels sort of dreamy, and I don't remember any fine details of our walk. Of course, it's possible that we just went the wrong way, but that doesn't explain the time lapse and how it took such a short amount of time to end up back at the beginning. I often wonder if something saved us from walking into a bad situation or something. I don't know. Wondering if anyone has had a similar experience or possible explanation. This happened last night. I was alone and driving through a green light, and I had one more stoplight ahead of me before I got onto the interstate. As I went through that first green light, I intrusively just thought about how so many people probably get T-boned going through green lights. I thought about how, if it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to see it coming, and I was thinking about someone hitting me from my left. The random thought went away, and I started to approach the second stoplight. There was a person in front of me, and they had a green light. As they went through the intersection, lo and behold, someone from their left flew through a red light and completely T-boned the driver in front of me. Glass went everywhere, and the sound of the impact was so loud. Everyone was okay, though. It could have been me if I had left my house a little sooner, and had it been me, I would have definitely been more freaked out, considering. However, I'm sure it was just a coincidence. Still, very bizarre to me. For context, my school isn't that big. For the freshmen, there are only 3 dorm halls to live in. The 3 halls make a little square with one side opened. I live in one of the side halls, which is north. The other one is south. The main building is facing the parking lot, and that's where the office is. On to the story. Today I was dropped off at the back of my dorm. I normally walk in through the back to avoid small talk with people in the front, as people normally stand in the front. At the back, I run into a good friend who lives in the room next to mine. We go up the elevator to the 4th floor and walk to our room. I unlock my room with my key, say bye to my friend, and walk into my room. I put my things down and run to the bathroom, which is right across from my room. Directly after that, I walk back to the elevator because I have a meeting with my advisor. I look around because it seems they have redecorated since I was last there. I go down the elevator, and when I walk out, I look forward and see my dorm directly in front of me. I turn around at the dorm I just walked out of, and it's the one facing south. It literally makes no sense because I know I went up the elevator with my friend who stays in the room next to mine, and my ID wouldn't let me go up the elevator in another hall anyways. I was at home resting, and it was around 9 in the evening. When I was about to go have a bath, I saw my mom standing in the kitchen. The kitchen and the bathroom are connected by the same hallway, and the kitchen's missing a door. She was looking at me over her shoulder. I knew it was her and not my imagination, because she was supposed to come back home around that time. I said, "Hey Mom, I'm going to take a bath." She hummed and nodded in response. Then I went to the bathroom to start filling up the bath, and when I went back to my room to fetch my towel, she was not in the kitchen anymore. Then, just as I was ready to enter my room, my father called me and told me to meet my mom and escort her home because she has a deep fear of the dark. But then I remembered that I saw her in the kitchen, and I told my dad that she'd been back already. My father just replied in his usual angry manner, and I complied like the doormat I am. Her phone and purse were there in the kitchen. It couldn't have been a hallucination, because me and my sister both heard her phone ring, and my sister rummaged through her purse, and I held my mom's phone. Then I put it back into the purse and left it where it was. I thought maybe she'd come back and probably decided to check things out around the property, if the doors are locked and lights are off, etc. I went to bathe, and after some time, my father was shouting at me saying that I had ignored him and other stuff like that. I responded that Mom's back already and is probably checking around the property. He said that she called him just now and asked for me to go and escort her. I did that. I dressed and went through the same hallway I mentioned. The purse was no longer in the kitchen. After I came back home, I asked my little sister about it, and she remembered everything. The call logs are still in my phone, but they're not in my mom's phone. I called her 2 times at 9:30 and 9:33 in the evening. No matter how I look at it, I just can't explain it. I have a huge maple in my backyard, 10-foot trunk big. Well, I remember when I moved in, and several times over the past couple of years I've lived here looking at it, knowing it needed to come down. There was a big piece that was cut off and had leaves and water in it, obviously rotten. Last weekend I called someone out to look at it since I have some money to pay for it. He comes out and looks at the tree, then asks me why I want it down. I say the big-ass hole that's filled with leaves and rotten on the side of it. He looks at me as if I'm crazy and says, "There's nothing wrong with the tree. It could use a trim, but that's about it." Now I know for a fact this tree was in bad shape. Even my wife said it was bad and needed to come down. But here it is now, fully healed, and everything's good. This is the first time anything like this has ever happened, so I sought out this sub to see what you think. I was making tomato soup as a comfort food because I was coming down with a cold, and I tried to switch the stove on, but it didn't do anything whatsoever. I checked outside to make sure there was no problem with the gas, and came back in and opened a window, just in case there was some kind of gas fault so the room didn't fill up or something. I don't know what I was expecting. The stove was completely off by the plug. No gas or electricity was running through it, and when I turned back from opening the window, my soup was piping hot with steam and bubbling. I literally cannot begin to explain it, but there was no steam when I came inside, turned to the window and turned back, and it was hot. I didn't see anything blurry or hear anything extraordinary. It was just done. This happened like a year ago, and I still have no explanation. I, female 27, have been renting my house for about 3 years now, and at the time I was living with my housemate. She was working from home due to COVID, but I was going to work as I work in a hospital. I usually work long hours and come home around 8 p.m. That evening I was coming home from work, and as I was walking towards the house, I could see it was in total darkness. At least from the front I saw no lights. As I'm getting closer, the hallway light switches on. I make a note in my head thinking, my housemate must have seen me and switched the light on for me. How nice. I get in the house and start talking. Our rooms are upstairs. I assume she's in her room. But as I'm nearly shouting, there's still no reply. I stop, think, that's strange. She's always home because of the pandemic. We couldn't really go anywhere, and she texts me usually. At this point, I feel weird and haven't left the hallway yet. I text her saying, please tell me you're home. She texts back. She nipped out to see a friend. We'll be back shortly. At this point, I'm panicking. I don't believe in ghosts or supernatural, so my initial thought is that there's someone else in the house. I grab the kitchen scissors and search the house. It's a small 2-bedroom house. No places to hide, really. No basement, no attic, no crawl space. I find no one. I was really confused. My housemate said that maybe she forgot the light on. However, that's not possible, as I saw it being switched on from darkness to light. We also have cats, but it's very unlikely they could do that. Firstly, I've never seen them going for the switch before. Secondly, even if they jumped, the hallway light is kind of a difficult one to press down. If it was the kitchen light, I could have imagined the cat paw turn it on, but not the hallway light. Can the hallway light switch on by itself? Never seen that before. Has this happened to anyone else? Hiking is life. With that being said, I'll mention there's a few places I won't go anymore. One of them is the Mount Hood area in Oregon. I know lots of people go there, and nothing crazy has happened to them. But when I went there, I experienced something that still has me shook. This happened back around 2015. It was summer and I was younger. I had been hiking up there before, but this time decided to go off trail and just explore the area. I got pretty deep into those woods and got turned around somehow. By the time I figured out which way to go and was back on the trail out of there, it was already dark. I had 3 miles to go till I was back to the turnoff where I'd parked. It was really late. Since it was summer, the sun set late, and by that time it was 10:30 or 11 at night. Only had my phone as a flashlight because I hadn't planned to be out there after dark. Nothing but night noises, crickets, owls, the usual, really spooky setting. My imagination had already come up with 100 ways I was going to die out there alone. Twigs snap somewhere off to my right. I shine my light in that direction and I don't see anything unusual. Rocks tumble off in the distance. I trip on a root. Then a bat swoops down, almost hitting me. My heart is racing now because these things aren't helping the anxiety that is building up in me while alone in the dark in the woods. I press on because there's nothing else I can do. Shadows from my light begin to look like phantoms. I'm seeing long-armed humanoids in my peripheral. I start to run, which makes the shadows go wild. Adrenaline is pumping non-stop now, and my mind is racing. I pass a large bush on my left, and not even 10 feet from it hear loud rustling in the leaves, followed by a low growl. I turn, and my light reflects off of something's eyes. They're low to the ground. They're cat's eyes. I keep my light on them and slowly back away, while simultaneously reaching for the bear spray on my pack with my free hand. I already know what it is, and it's a mountain lion. I grab my bear spray and arm it. Not a moment later, the big cat comes crashing out of the brush. I release the spray while still walking backwards. The cougar gets a face full of high-grade pepper spray and begins yelling its head off. After a moment of it rubbing at its face, it turns and runs blindly off deeper into the woods. I take a second to catch my breath and figuratively change my pants. I then continue to run to my car and to safety. I know a cougar attack could happen almost anywhere deep in the woods, but I think the buildup of my imagination and an actual attack happening has just turned me off to that area in general. I've been hunting since I was 12 years old, and I'm 25 now. This was my first year bow hunting, however, and because of that, I ended up in a different spot than I had hunted before. My buddy, Charles, had been in the spot for years though, so I felt comfortable going with him. Second day out there, and I got a deer in a clearing in the woods. It was a good clean shot in the lungs, but as hunters know, sometimes even well-hit deer will run. It ran a good 100 yards deep into the woods, and my buddy and I tried to track it. The dense forest around us made it a bit difficult, but we finally found it. We had been out there all day, and there was no way we were going to drag or even carry the intact deer out the 5 miles we had hiked in, so we quartered it up, making it easier to carry. The sun was starting to go down, but we had enough time to make it back to the truck, or at least we should have, before it got fully dark. It was getting dusk, and Charles was starting to get a little pissed. As long as we went east, we should have hit the road. It traveled the full length of the state land we were on. We were walking the opposite way of the setting sun, and we had a compass. It should have only taken us about 2 to 2.5 hours, but we were going on 3.5 hours of hiking. The night fully overtook us, and we continued to trudge through the dark. We brought headlamps with us at least, so that made things a bit easier. We were getting tired. Our water was all gone, and both of us were getting pretty hangry by this point. Then this is where the weird stuff started to happen. Through the trees, we saw a light shining back at us. We thought it was a flashlight from someone else, which kind of scared us. Who in the woods besides us would be walking around that late at night in the woods? But then it started to move quick and in an erratic motion. It darted between trees and went up into the air, taller than any person could. It bounced around like that for a good while, and my friend and I just stared in disbelief. Then it just vanished. We looked at each other in a kind of, "Did you just see what I saw?" kind of way. Eventually we shrugged it off and kept walking, hoping to hit the road or something at some point. Couldn't have been 5 minutes later that we saw the light again. This time it was more calm and almost seemed welcoming. Hard to explain, but it moved in a manner that almost seemed to be calling us to it. I think we were both so tired at that point that we followed it out of sheer hope. It was kind of like, well, if we die, we die. We took about 3 steps and then noticed that the sound of our footsteps had changed. It went from the soft crunch of leaves to the unmistakable sound of gravel. I looked left and then right, and noticed we were standing on the road and not in the forest anymore. Neither of us noticed the change in scenery. It was almost like we walked through a portal and instantly we were on the road. I was shocked and stunned until Charles slapped me on the shoulder and pointed to his truck just a few feet from us. We both ran to the truck, dumped our gear in the bed, and then peeled out of there as fast as we could. We didn't stop talking about it the whole way home, and even nowadays still talk about it. The best we can come up with is that we were dehydrated or something, and got lost somehow. What the light was, we still don't know, but maybe it was someone or something watching out for us. My house is way out of town, about 15 miles or so and surrounded by woods. I've lived out there for 20 years and never had a problem or experienced anything odd. A few weeks ago I went for a hike in the forest. I've been through there a lot and know every inch of ground. It was like any other time I'd been out there. The pines were whispering in the wind, the birds were chirping. Everything seemed normal. There's a little clearing I like to go to out there. The field at that time of year is full of wildflowers, and there's a hill behind it that is tall enough to give an amazing view. 20 years out here, and I still can't get enough of seeing the field in bloom and the trees beyond. On the back side of the hill, the forest gets dense again, and after taking in the view, I decided to carry on to a little creek that's through those dense trees. I was halfway to the creek when I noticed some downed trees. That seemed odd. There hadn't been a windstorm or anything like that. I never noticed the trees were infected or sick, so why they would have fallen was beyond me. I went to go and check it out, and I noticed the trees weren't just fallen. They were chopped down and placed in a ring. In the middle of the ring was an odd rock formation, and for lack of a better description, it looked like an altar. While I was inspecting the trees, I noticed odd crude carvings in them. I've tried to look up the symbols as best I could, but nothing has come up. No words or anything that would be easier to look up. Only some weird symbols that looked like they had been carved using a knife by a 5-year-old. There was also a small fire pit by the rock formation, and I did find a couple of bones in it. They weren't human at least, because that would have really made me panic. I got out of there and went back to my house. I'm kind of scared because I live alone and I'm an older man about to be in my 60s. I wouldn't be as spry in a fight anymore if this turned out to be something serious. I don't know if some cult has moved in or what's going on. There aren't many houses out here, and I'm the closest one to the woods. The nearest road to that altar is about 4 miles away. I called the police and they checked it out. The bones were from a chicken, and they don't have a lead on the symbols either. All they did was knock down the altar and leave. I'm not going to be going for walks that deep into the woods anymore, and I put up floodlights around the house in case anyone comes snooping around. It's really ruined my feeling of peace around this land. I'm a fairly avid hiker. I go out at least once a month to get some time in the trees. Normally I go with a group of friends, which is the smart thing to do, but this one weekend, every one of my usual hiking buddies was busy, so I went by myself. I live in a small town and there's some state property half an hour away, so I went there thinking since it's closer it would be safer. Got there at 9 in the morning and set off for a day of hiking. There were no cars in the small parking lot, and I figured I had the place to myself. I had been to the area a couple of times, but didn't know it very well. Still, the trails are clearly marked and easy to follow. Got a few hours in and stopped for lunch. Was about to tear open my MRE package when I heard a loud commotion off the trail and further into the woods. It sounded like something was tearing through the brush at a fast pace. Then I heard a woman scream. Don't think I need to say that this scared the hell out of me. I pulled out my phone and yes, I still had service. So I ran into the woods in the direction of the scream to see if someone needed help. Ran for about 5 minutes and called out in case anyone would answer me. Came to an area where the dirt had clearly been disturbed. It looked like something big had run circles around the place. Checked around the area and found nothing else but a few strips of cloth, maybe off of a flannel shirt or something, but not really clear-cut what it was. There was no blood or anything like that, and no tracks or footprints to follow from what I could see. I headed out of that area as fast as I could, and I was back home by 2 in the afternoon. I did call the police and made a vague report. There wasn't too much to say besides I heard a noise and found some cloth, but I figured I should say something in case someone came up missing or something like that. I don't think the police took me too seriously anyways. Never did hear about anyone going missing out there. I told my friends and they haven't heard anything either. It still scared me shitless. And I wonder what it was that happened out there that day that I heard. The first time I went camping, it was in high school. My friend's parents owned some property out by a lake in Washington State, on the border with Idaho. They hadn't done anything to it, so it was all woods with a little beach that we camped on. I will admit that we'd been smoking weed that night, but that still doesn't explain what happened. It was me, Jared, and another friend, Brett. We set up our tent and heated up some canned food over the fire. Afterwards, we were smoking and taking in the stars. I don't remember what was said, but we were laughing our asses off when Brett all of a sudden stopped and told us to be quiet. We were high and thought he was messing with us or tripping, so we continued to talk. Then we all heard it. It sounded like something big and heavy was crashing through the trees. Jared ran and grabbed his machete he brought with him, and I grabbed the axe we brought to chop wood. We huddled around with our backs to the fire. It sounded like something was tearing trees down out there, it was so loud. Then there was a loud, almost like a yell, but all garbled. Definitely didn't sound like any wild animal we knew of. Brett yelled back into the woods and all the noises stopped. We listened for 5 minutes or so and nothing. No frogs, no crickets, nothing. It was dead silent. Then we heard the loud walking sound again, only this time it was going away from us. No one slept that night, and in the morning we went to check to see if we could find anything out there. There was a clear trail where this thing had been. Weeds were stomped down. Bushes looked like they had been walked through, and one tree even looked like it had been pushed over, but that could have happened before and we wouldn't have known it. There were a lot of trees that were bent and sideways out there, so it might not mean anything. Despite how big the thing sounded and appeared to be, judging by how the bushes were smashed, we didn't find any footprints. We followed the trail as best we could for a few hundred yards, but then it got into an area where the trees and plants were thinned out, and we couldn't find the trail anymore. You could say it was the overactive imagination of 3 high teenagers out in the woods alone at night. I know what I heard that night, and I know what I saw the next morning. I just have no clue what it was. When I was younger, my dad would take me camping. It was cool because we spent time together and got away from the rest of the family. There was one time when I was 12 that he took me out to the Appalachian Mountains in Pennsylvania. I don't remember exactly where we went. I just remember no one else was around us. We hiked all day way back into the woods. Honestly, I loved it. It was a huge adventure to me. A couple of hours before the sun went down, we made camp, ate, and all that stuff. Once it was dark, he played the guitar by the fire for a while, and I sang along. Anyways, later that night, I'm asleep, all warm in my sleeping bag, when I wake up to the sound of my dad rummaging around in the tent. Next, I hear him load and rack his pistol he always brought out when we went camping. Naturally, this alarmed me, and I bolted upright and asked what was wrong. I still remember the look in his eyes. They were as big as a plate, but he calmly told me nothing was wrong and to go back to bed. He was just going outside for a second to check on something. I was 12, and even though I could obviously see my dad was scared about something, I tried to do as I was told. Here's the thing about my dad. I had never seen him scared of anything before in my life. He was a real outdoorsman and normally stoic. I couldn't go back to sleep knowing that something had scared him because that scared me as well. 5 minutes go by. It could have been 2 or 10, I don't really know, but it wasn't that long. I watched his flashlight move around through the fabric of the tent. It kept getting further and further away until it was out of sight. 20 or so minutes go by without me knowing where he is, and then I hear his gun go off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shots rang out through the dark forest night. Then everything went quiet again. I laid there with my sleeping bag pulled up to my nose, frightened out of my mind. It felt like forever until I finally saw his flashlight coming back. When he got back in, I asked him what happened. He just said, "Nothing, thought I saw a bear," and that was it. I know my dad wouldn't have been that scared of a bear or gone hunting one down for half an hour. I asked again one other time, and he acted like he didn't know what I was talking about. No clue what happened that night and what he saw and shot at, or if he even hit his target. I also don't know what it was that spooked him so bad, since I had been asleep and didn't experience whatever he had. Sadly, I can't even try to ask again, as he passed away last year. This happened about 18 years ago, and is still one of the scariest things I've ever experienced. When I was a teen, my friends and I would go ride quads on some dirt trails way out in the woods. There was a little spot that we would go mudding in if it had rained, or ride dirt bikes or quads out there when it was dry. I remember this one time we were out on the quads kicking up dirt and goofing off, just being dumb teenagers. Everything was fine and we were taking a break for a bit, roughhousing and whatnot. One of my friends, Jaden, had gotten me in a headlock when he suddenly stopped playing and let go. He then asked, "Who is that?" Me and the other two guys looked to where he was pointing. There was a dude, must have been around 6'2", standing at the tree line covered in mud and possibly blood, and only dressed in his underwear. He didn't do anything else but stand and stare at us. We were dumbfounded and no one moved for a good minute, until Kyle finally shouts out to the man asking if he needed help. The guy doesn't respond at all, so we all hop on our quads to go see if he needed help or something. As we get closer, the guy does this weird stutter movement. It was like he was trying to get his legs coordinated with his body or something, and then he begins to bolt out of there. He was moving fast, faster than we would have expected. He was gone before we made it to where he was. We all stop, but Kyle kept going into the woods. We waited for him for a bit to see if he would come back. When he didn't, we went to look for him. Found him about 20 minutes later kicking his rolled over quad. He had tried to go up a slope and hit a log that off-balanced him. Fortunately, he wasn't hurt, just mad. He said he followed the guy up until that point, but couldn't catch him. He had gotten a better look at the guy and said he was super thin enough to see his ribs, and he was covered in mud and had twigs in his hair. We never did catch the guy, and never saw him around there again. I was 20 when this happened. I'm 25 now. It was the spring of my junior year in college. My then boyfriend and I decided to go camping to be away from our roommates and to have some alone time. Found a cool spot in upstate New York to spend the weekend in a tent with no one else around. I had never been camping like this before. It had always been at a campsite, not in the backwoods. So I was a little uneasy the first night, not having a soul around, but it went well enough, and soon I was more comfortable with it. The second day, I don't think we even left the tent. We were young and, well, you know. It was around 3 in the afternoon when we heard some people talking very loud a good ways off. It sounded like a heated argument and it was coming closer. We threw on our clothes in case anyone came by and then sat there staring at each other. At first, we couldn't make out what was being said, but it eventually grew louder, and we heard the words "where" and "money." Next, it sounded like someone took a raw piece of meat and slapped it hard. After that, there was a loud thud and some grunting. Neither of us moved a muscle. The arguing went quiet, and I swear we didn't even breathe for the next half an hour. Eventually, my boyfriend got up and started to pack. We tore down the tent and hiked all the way back to the car. It got dark, but we kept going until we made it, and then drove to the nearest hotel we could find to spend the night there, before going back to our apartments the next day. I do a lot of rock climbing to stay in shape and because it's fun. Sometimes I can't make it all the way out to a mountain to climb, so on those days I go to a place I know and do some bouldering to practice and improve my strength. This happened during one of those times. The place I know to boulder is about 8 miles back in some woods near my house. It's a relatively easy hike on flat ground, with a dense forest all around it. There's a game trail that leads all the way to a rock face that is about 25 feet high. It's perfect for this kind of stuff. I get out there about 10 in the morning, do runs up and down the rock, taking breaks periodically, and leave in the afternoon. A mile into my walk back, and I get the feeling that something is watching me. I'm not normally an anxious or paranoid person, but the feeling came on me suddenly. I even stopped and looked around because something just felt out of place. Out of nowhere, I got the chills and the air felt colder than it had, but I would say it felt like the temperature took a 20-degree plunge in a matter of seconds. The hair on the back of my neck stood straight up, and all my senses were heightened. I caught some movement out of the corner of my eye and whipped my head around to see what it was. It was hard to get a good look at it through all the trees, but it was white. I'm talking as white as a piece of paper. It almost looked human, but was walking on all fours, with limbs much too long for its body. Unfortunately, I didn't get a better look at it than that. It went between a few more trees, and then I lost sight of it. Once it was gone, everything went back to normal, and the day was warm again. It took me a long while to process what I had seen. I've been trying to figure it out, and in my search, the thing that best fits it would be a crawler or a rake. None of the animals I've seen have been close. It was too skinny to have been a bear or an albino bear, and it didn't have any fur on it. I don't think it was a wolf either, again because it lacked any fur. Maybe some kind of sick animal that had the mange really bad or something, but I don't think it was that either. The feeling of being watched and the temperature change, I can't explain as well. If anyone has any idea of what it could have been, let me know. Probably not that scary, but here we go. My friend and I lived out in the country in northern Idaho back in the late 90s. The houses were pretty far from each other, and there was this old country store we used to go to get snacks and junk food. Behind the store was a stretch of woods that we would go and play in almost every day. Further back in the woods was a rock plateau that you could walk up and see all the houses in the area. It was pretty cool for a couple of 14-year-old boys who didn't have girlfriends or anything to worry about. We rode our bikes to the store after school one day and got some snacks and whatnot, then decided to head back into the forest to goof off and be loud. We would find sticks and sword fight, horse around, and generally be rambunctious boys. We goofed off all the way up to the plateau and took in the view while we finished our snacks. Until then, we had never gone past that point, but this day we decided to see what was on the other side of the hill. The woods got incredibly thick back there, lots of trees, low-hanging limbs, and brush to push through. We came to this little pond back there that had a shack on the other side of it. Being dumb kids, we decided to go check it out. As we get closer, it starts to smell bad, kind of like cat piss, but more acrid. There was one window on the far side of the cabin that we noticed when we did a walk around. We looked in the window and it looked like a chemistry lab. Cool, we thought. It's the hideout of a mad scientist. Like I said, we were kinda dumb. We tried to open the door, but it was locked. We then tried to see if any of the boards were loose so we could get in. This thing was literally a shack. There wasn't any siding on it. It was just slab boards and some crude framing with a plywood roof. After 2 minutes of trying, we hear someone walking through the forest and book it out of there all the way back to the store. We didn't want the mad scientist to get us and do weird experiments on us. Well, about 3 months later, our parents said we couldn't go back in those woods anymore. We heard around school that the police had found a meth lab out there. I'm very glad we didn't find a way into that shack, because those chemicals can be deadly. I'm also glad that whoever we heard walking through the woods didn't find us or come after us. I probably wouldn't be here telling this story if they had. This happened maybe 2 years ago while riding quads with my boyfriend. It wasn't too late at night, maybe around 10 p.m. We were camping at our campground, where we have a small trailer surrounded by other camps. In the summer, it's full of kids running around and adults on golf carts. But it was late December, and we're one of the few people who go up in the winter, since it gets pretty cold and they shut the water off. The woods are a decent bit away from the actual campground. It gets pretty quiet out there, and something about the snow just makes everything quieter. I've always felt slightly uncomfortable in the woods at night. My boyfriend told me I was just a paranoid person, and I chalked it up to me reading too much creepypasta as a kid. I always felt somewhat safer since we were on a quad and we can go pretty fast if needed. So there we are in the middle of the night, enjoying a cold ride, drifting in the snow. Then all of a sudden we come to a stop. That's when I get an eerie feeling. I asked him why we stopped, and it was something along the lines of his glove or something on the quad came off. He turned the quad off and bent over, messing with something. I start looking behind me and around me, because I'm just someone who's super aware of their surroundings. I look to my left and I see a brown skinny tree that always freaks me out, because I mistake it as something else. But then I look to the right of the scary tree, and see something even taller and pale looking. I immediately avert my attention from it being totally freaked out. I find the courage to look back, and it seems closer. At this time, I didn't have my glasses on, and was just saying it's another tree that looks like a person and I'm fine. Before I can say anything to my boyfriend, he had finished whatever he was doing and we took off. I buried my face in the back of his jacket, too afraid to see anything else. Still having that feeling of being watched over me, I asked if we can go back to camp, and he agreed since it was so cold. I decided not to say anything to him, since he'd want to go back and investigate, or straight up not believe me and write me off as being paranoid again. And anyways, I did not want to go back there at all. I figured the following day we would go back into the woods during daytime, and I would see that there was just another tree that I'd never noticed before. But when we went back through and there was nothing next to the brown tree, that's when my stomach dropped. That's also when I told him I saw something last night. He told me I should have told him, which he was right. I should have said something, but I was just too scared and just kept it to myself. We still go up there occasionally. Not as much due to our jobs now, but I've never experienced anything else after that. In January 2019, I noticed something lumbering down my driveway. The window I was looking out faces over and above the drive, if that's clear. For example, I can see the roof of your car, but not always the bottom of the tire. Regardless, I notice movement. I look out and see what I initially thought was a bear, nose to the ground, kind of snuffling its head side to side, casually walking down the drive on all fours. A little geographical clarity. I live in town. The front of my neighborhood faces a major highway, but the back is all state game lands. I've seen some wildlife, turkeys, a deer here and there, and every skunk in the county apparently lives on my street. I don't see many squirrels, groundhogs, or chipmunks, which is a bit odd. I'm not very far from the city of Scranton, about 7 miles from downtown, so I'm not exactly in the sticks. I watched this bear mosey down toward the street, its head lowered. I moved from the living room window to my bedroom window that has a full view of the street. Sure enough, here it comes, but something is wrong. I watch this not bear stand on 2 legs and casually walk out into the road. I see pointed ears and a long snout. It's got its head raised, smelling the air. I felt pee run down my leg. This was no bear. I saw it in perfect silhouette under the yellow streetlight. It was either dark gray or black. The yellow light threw off the true color. It stood without effort, looked like one fluid movement. It then walked across the road, casual as you please, and kind of hunkered down in some scrub brush. I'm not sure what kind of brush, but it's like a forsythia, all tangled and thick. Then I realized it was looking right into my bedroom. It had blue eyes. I'm not sure if that was reflected light or if they were glowing. It looked right at me. I lost my legs at that moment and sat down under my window, absolutely panicked. I was home alone with 5 cats and a dog who slept through the whole thing. I didn't know what to do. My window is a big picture window, and if it wanted me, it easily could have gotten me. I cautiously got on my knees to peek over the sill and I lost it. Didn't see eyes or it anywhere. It seemed to be either moving away from the forest behind my house or decided to rest up in that scrub brush. What I saw under the streetlight is as follows. Darkish fur, high pointed ears, long muzzle. I never saw teeth or if it had a tail. It had hands with long claws that hung kind of limp at the wrist. If they were fully extended, they would hang below the knee. It walked digitigrade on dog legs. It looked heavily muscled, but had a tapered waist. It was about 7 to 7.5 feet tall, judging from where it stood in relation to the streetlight. It was non-aggressive, even when I felt it look right at me. I was terrified, but I didn't get a sense that it was pissed off that it had been seen, as some people report. I didn't take a picture because I simply didn't think to. I was in a fair amount of shock, and I'm sure I'll eat shit for this, but sometimes your phone is the absolute last thing on your mind. There have been some odd sounds, tapping at my window. I can hear scratching of the siding. I don't see that many animals around the neighborhood. There used to be 7 stray cats that I fed, all gone. Once the weather broke, it's been quiet. I installed motion lights and bought 2 game cameras. I'm hoping they're in a sense like Sasquatch, that they avoid game cams. I don't ever want to see this thing again. Those of you who want to see one, pray you never do. My encounter was non-aggressive. I can't imagine having to deal with this thing pissed off. I still can't sleep a full night, and every sound scares the hell out of me after dark. I live alone, and the 357 I own would probably just ruffle its fur. I used to do a lot of ice fishing a few years ago, and only stopped when I moved to a warmer climate for work. This one time, my buddy Clive and I were out, and I don't remember the exact lake we were on that day. It was out in Michigan, and there's so many of them, and I went to a lot of them. We were out there from sunrise to sunset and then some. By the time we were heading out, we were the last ones on the lake. We loaded up the skidoos and started the 5-mile trek back to his truck. We were going slow and the terrain was pretty rough. We caught sight of this thing when we crested the first hill. Our headlights shined on it for a second, and we both stopped upon seeing it. It was big and black. It looked like it was covered in fur and possibly on 2 legs. That's all we saw at first, but we stopped because we were surprised at what we saw. We talked for a bit, came to the conclusion we both must have seen a bear or something. It was gone almost as soon as we saw it, so after a minute or 2 we continued on our way. We get up to the truck and load our stuff and then head out. As we're leaving, our lights shine through the snowy all-white trees. There, plain as day, is a creature walking into the woods. It's definitely on 2 feet, black as night and big. I'll never forget its ears. They were pointy, not rounded like a bear's, more like a Doberman pincer. It turned to look at us, and it had a long snout with canines that protruded from its mouth and shined. The reflections of its eyes were red. It looked at us for a second, then got on all 4s and ran away fast. Again, definitely more like a dog than the lumbering of a bear. It was almost graceful in its movements. Clive went crazy and sped down the road fishtailing for a good mile before he calmed down. Damn lucky we didn't crash into a tree. I've never seen anything like it in my life. We both pored over animal identification, and couldn't find anything like it until we searched for upright dogs in Michigan and found pictures of the dogman. Neither of us still believe it, but we don't know what else to call what we saw. We don't believe in Bigfoot or anything like that. I still think there has to be an explanation for it. I just can't think of a better one than the dogman for now. I'm sure as hell not going back out there to figure this out. So for now, I'll have to accept that there may be things we can't explain out there in the woods. I remember when I was younger, my family lived on the outskirts of a small town. My backyard was maybe 20 feet long and surrounded by a chain link fence. Right on the other side of that fence, the woods started. Now, I wasn't one to go out into the woods a lot. I had an irrational, or in my opinion, a rational fear of snakes. There were rattlesnakes and copperheads out there, so I never went far into those woods. Camping for me was a tent in the backyard with some friends, which is what I did often in the summer, especially in my teen years. This happened when I was 16, and I was out in my backyard camping by myself this night. It was late and I was chilling, reading a book with my flashlight. I think it was Harry Potter. Heard some twigs snapping. Whatever. Deer come around the place a lot. I'm not that concerned. Ignore it at first and keep reading. The twig snaps get closer. Still not worried even though it's getting loud now and frequent. Probably a herd of deer coming to graze on the tall weeds by the fence. Soon it gets really loud and close. I can also hear huffing and loud breathing. Kind of getting concerned, but try to hold it together because I'm not a wimp. Huffing, breathing, and loud crunching noises sound like a party out there by this point. So I decide to take a look. Open the tent and step out, hoping to catch a whole herd of deer chilling and grazing by my yard. Thinking that I'll feel like a part of nature. The nice part, not the scary snake part. Scan around with my flashlight and I don't see anything. Start to walk out towards the fence to find where all these deer are. Get to the edge and about 10 or so feet into the woods I see one deer. A big buck with a huge rack. Biggest deer I've ever seen in my life. It stared at me, which isn't uncommon. I had a flashlight on it and everyone knows what deer do in the headlights. Same thing with the flashlight, but it gave me a really good look at the thing. What startled me were its teeth. I could see them and they looked not like fangs, but like he had a mouthful of fangs. Speaking of his mouth, it was wider and longer than any deer I had ever seen. Almost looked like a sadistic smile. Now it was my turn to stand there, staring at this thing in horror. We locked eyes for a good 30 seconds before it opens its mouth and lets out a scream. I've never heard of a deer screaming before, but it sounded almost human. That was it. That shook me out of my trance and I booked it back to my house. Ran straight through the kitchen, down the hallway, and right under my covers, where I remained for the rest of the night, only being able to sleep once the sun came up. I told some of my friends and they thought I was making the whole thing up. I don't think I was. I was wide awake when I saw the thing. I hadn't been asleep yet, so I know I wasn't dreaming. It wasn't until I heard other people talking about not deer that I understood what I saw that night. I definitely don't go into the woods anymore, and I know that snakes aren't the worst things out there. Let me say first and foremost, I'm a man of logic and explanation. I never believed in ghosts or other cryptic beings really in my life, but something happened the other night that really made me feel weird. So I live somewhere in between country and town here in Florida and see an abundance of wildlife. Foxes, coyotes, raccoons, all very normal to see. Since there being a large fox population around here and most people having chickens, everyone has large dogs, including me. I have a 70-pound boy and a 60-pound girl pit bull They're fearless. They know this is their property and they protect it as such, alerting me if they hear something. And if they do, I open the door and they run out to chase off whatever it is. The other night I woke up randomly, and it was disturbingly quiet outside. Like, not a single cricket, and my dogs were not on my bed like they usually are. All of a sudden, a howl like I never have heard went off like a siren that sent a chill down my spine, like a deep yell almost, but definitely from an animal. I turned the lights on in my house to see my pit bulls at the back of their dog crate shaking. I've never seen a look on my dog's face like that before, purely terrified. So I turned all the lights back off, grabbed a flashlight, and looked out my back window. What I saw about 200 yards off by a tree line near the back of my property was a dog thing. I vaguely saw it, but it was very similar to a hyena build with a large amount of fur on its neck, like a mane almost, and skinny back legs. Its head looked very wolf-like, with erect pointy ears and a large skull. It was huge. It was so black it was hard to make out distinct characteristics. But its presence scared basically any living thing that was around, it seemed, that night. All I saw it doing was walking slowly back into the woods. The next morning, I went to the spot I saw the animal, but saw no tracks or hair or anything. But I know what I saw, and never saw anything like it before. Has anyone in Florida seen anything like this? We've been having a lot of dead dogs in the area. Dogs that are large and are being killed by something. Other people think it's the coyotes or a feral dog, but I think it's that thing I saw. Just seeing my dog so terrified really scared me. This happened back in the summer of 2013, when I was 13 years old. My mom and I were in Florida visiting my grandma and aunt. After spending the week or so at Grandma's place in Odessa, we drove north to Augustine to spend the next week at a hotel by the beach and visit with my aunt as well. On the second night there, we were driving to pick up my aunt, who was working the night shift at Denny's. On the drive, there was a guy walking down the road with his back facing us with a backpack and all, possibly homeless. It was dark and right by a stretch of wood, so my mom doesn't see him at first and nearly hits him. When she notices and swerves to avoid the vehicular manslaughter charges, I look out the window to see who this guy is. Nothing about the guy walking seemed out of the ordinary. It was this humanoid creature that was crouched down, looking like it might have already been eating something. Keep in mind, I was in a moving vehicle, so I couldn't get the best look at it, but it almost looked to have old ripped up clothes on it and a bit of hair on its head, like a human. But its eyes, they were huge. They glowed too, like when you see an animal's eyes looking at you at night. When it looked up, it snarled, and I could almost see its teeth. They looked sharp, like they could bite right through you with no effort. Its skin was white with a tint of green and looked skinny and long. Knees up to its head when crouching, it had to have been no more than 10 feet away from the pedestrian walking on the side of the road. It took me a minute to register what the hell I just saw, and if it was even what I thought it was, which I still, almost 9 years later, couldn't tell you. I was just quiet and in shock for the rest of the night. My mom, aunt, and I went back to the hotel room. They drank and caught up while I just tried to watch TV and not think about what I saw that night. I still don't know what I saw. My knowledge on Florida cryptids is very limited, and I don't think it was a skinwalker, since they are more in the southwest part of the United States. If anyone has any ideas, please let me know in the comments. A couple of years ago, I was skiing on Whistler Mountain with my family. I'm a fast skier, so I usually zip down the mountain and wait for my dad to catch up with my phone in hand. in case he needs to reach me. One run, I stopped about halfway down the mountain to wait for him to catch up, and received a phone call from my dad. When I picked up, he didn't answer. Instead, I heard what sounded like radio chatter. I couldn't make out what was being said except for one thing. "We lost him. Wait, he stopped by the tree." Then the line went dead, and my dad came skiing down. Not only was he not on his phone, but his phone was dead. I told my family about this, and even had the phone call record in my recent phone calls as evidence that I had at least received a call when I claimed I did. What was especially strange is that my younger brother had a memory of the event as well. He said I had skied to the bottom of the mountain where he was eating lunch, and I had received a phone call in front of him. He also told me the next morning that he had a nightmare that men in suits were standing around his bed, telling him to forget what he had seen, and that I could never know the truth. He could have easily been messing with me, but he seemed shaken up at the time and is still fascinated with the events when I bring it up today. When this happened, it completely shattered my worldview on reality. I still find myself questioning what is real. It was a very strange event I feel like I was never supposed to experience. It eerily reminds me of the scene in The Truman Show where his car radio is playing security radio chatter of them following him. Here's a weird one for you. When I was 25, a friend and I were out hiking in the woods on a mountain near where we live. It was a beautiful summer day, and we went to a stream out there we knew of to cool our feet for a while. While there, a few people passed us. We said hi and made a little small talk as they went along, but one girl came by, and when we said hi, she didn't respond. She didn't even seem to notice us. She was really cute though, and both my friend and I noticed that she wasn't exactly dressed for hiking. Her hair was up and not in a messy bun or ponytail, but done real nice. She had on a t-shirt, but like a nice one with a floral design. She had slacks on, and her shoes weren't hiking boots or even running shoes. They were those slip-on ones people wear for semi-formal get-togethers. I looked at my friend to say something, but then looked back to see which direction she was going. I was kinda hoping to maybe bump into her again further down the trail and try to strike up a conversation. But when I looked back, she was gone. My buddy hadn't seen where she went either, which was kinda weird since we were in an open field and you could see down the trail for a good while in either direction. Well, you can't win them all, so my friend and I spent the rest of the day hiking and then headed back. A week later, and I went to a dinner party at another friend's house, but the friend I had gone hiking with was also there that night. The guy's house I went to had a fiancée who loved to cook, so she would put these dinners together every month or so, just a close group of friends coming together to break bread kind of thing. Everyone brought a dish, and she would make a main course. I could tell why he was marrying her. Her food was phenomenal. We were there talking, there with other guests as well, probably 15 people total, and my friend's fiancée introduced her new co-worker that had recently moved here from out of town. She was wearing the exact same shirt, pants, and shoes. She had the same hairstyle and everything. The friend I had gone hiking with and I stared at each other. We couldn't believe it. Her name was Cindy, and we hit it off right away. It was great. We started dating pretty quickly, and after 3 months of being together, I told her I wanted to take her to the place I first saw her. She was kinda confused because she thought I was taking her to the friend's house we had dinner at. I took her out to the trail I'd been hiking the day I saw her, and she swore she had never been there before. I then told her about how I had seen her there one day with my other friend. She didn't believe me. A few days later, we were at the bar with my hiking friend, and he told her everything and confirmed my story. I don't think she ever really believed us, though. Sadly, I won't know for sure if she did or not. A year after we had started dating, her childhood non-Hodgkin's lymphoma returned, and despite treatment for it, she passed away. That time with her was so far the best time of my life. I'm 38 now and still have not found anyone that makes me feel like Cindy had. I'm just glad I got to spend what time she had left with her. I don't know. Seeing her before I even met her made it feel more like it was meant to be, and made it even more special. Once a week for the past 2 years, I've walked to and from a supermarket. On the way, I walk down a long road which has houses on one side and a whole lot of nothing on the other, except for the remains of a little store that sold newspapers and daily essentials. For the past 2 years, I've passed these remains and recalled the time, around 6 years ago, my friend and I were passing the store, but had to take shelter there when the heavens suddenly opened up and a heavy rainstorm started. It made me feel a little melancholic to look at the remains, thinking of happier times and so on. What used to be a store that happily served its local community was now barely 3 partially knocked down walls and a pile of rubble. Last week, it was the 3 walls and a pile of rubble. Today, to my utter astonishment, it's the same store as 6 years ago. I couldn't really say what it looked like in between then and the past 2 years, as I only moved back to the area 2 years ago. Kind of run down and old looking, but certainly not a pile of rubble. I can't be sure, but I believe it's the same 2 old men running it who called my friend and I a cab that day we were caught in the storm. This is my first experience since childhood that I'd describe as supernatural. This happened when I was 16. My mother used to take my phone at night and then give it back to me when she woke me up for school the following morning. Every morning started the same. She would wake me up. I would go to the bathroom to take a shower and get ready. I'd come out and put on my uniform. She'd give me breakfast, and then I'd run out of the house to catch the public bus. This is the important part. I would always take my phone in the bathroom with me. I'm the type of person who plans my day by the minutes. I knew I had to take my shower for X amount of minutes, get out of the shower by X time, leave the house at X time to catch the bus. So, same routine. I was in the bathroom, and I remember it so clearly. My shower took way longer than usual, and instead of it being 7:15, the phone said 7:23. I remember rushing out of the bathroom as I was supposed to leave the house by 7:25 most days. I rushed and put on my uniform, and my mom followed me half out of the house with my breakfast. I distinctly remember checking the clock before I left too, trying to figure out if I had time to catch the bus, or if I had to take a car to school. The clock was at 7:28. I had time to catch the bus. It was a snowy day in January. I also remember that vividly. The sky was gray and dark, but that's how it was every day. The streets were eerily empty. I stood at my bus stop, which was on the side of a pretty busy street. Not today. No one was on the street. Maybe a car passed by once every few minutes. I started getting worried that I'd be late for school. That's when I looked down at my phone to call my dad to drop me off at school. It was 4:03 a.m. I was shocked. It couldn't be. I walked back home, and my mom was still up getting my other sister ready for school. She was surprised to see me. I told her to check the time, and to her surprise, it was 4 a.m. She started saying how she swore her alarm woke her up at 7, like it does every single morning, and we both looked at each other and swore we saw the same time. A 4 a.m. snowy day and a 7 a.m. snowy day looked the same outside, but I knew I'd checked the clock enough times to confirm it was 7 a.m. Regardless, we all went back to sleep, and I again woke up at 7. This time I made my dad take me to school, and the whole day I had my eyes on the clock. This incident never happened to me again, but I still have no explanation for it. This happened when I was a teen back in the early 2000s. I lived out in a small community outside of a larger town. I had lived there since I was little, and it's a small place, so it's hard to get lost. It was a Friday night, and I had a friend sleeping over. We went for a walk around 9 at night, just to get out of the house and be stupid teens. There's seriously only so many streets to walk in that town. One side to the other is about a 30-minute walk. We were on our way back to my house, and there was a turn we were supposed to take, but when we got to the turn, it wasn't there. You can't miss these turns. There are so few roads to take around there, and if you know the place, you know where they are. I can't stress that enough. I could walk that place blindfolded. I had been around it so many times. We looked at each other, confused as hell, because where the street should have been, there was a fence in the way. It was like the houses on each side of the street had their yards enlarged by 20 feet each. We didn't know what to do and thought that by some weird off chance we had remembered wrong or had missed the street, so we turned around to see if it was behind us. We went all the way to the end of the road where it splits, with one road going left and one right. Obviously, our turn wasn't there, so we went back. This time, when we got to where the road we had to take to get home was, it was there again. I know we didn't just miss it the first time, because the house on the right corner of where we turn has a bunch of wind chimes and lawn decorations in it, and that was the same house we saw the first time we were there. To this day, I still don't know what happened that night. We weren't high or anything like that. The road simply disappeared for a brief time that night, and then reappeared later on. This happened yesterday, and I still can't stop thinking about it. My boyfriend wasn't home, and I'd put my phone on charge behind the couch, then sat down and started reading. About 10 minutes later, I heard my boyfriend shout, "Baby," and sat up startled. He sometimes does this when he comes home to make me aware of his presence before he comes into the room, because I always jump if I don't hear him come in. I sat for a second because I couldn't hear any movement, then turned around to get off the couch and go see him and see what he was doing. As I got up, my phone lit up, and it was a text message from him, literally a few seconds after I'd just heard him call me. I thought nothing of it until I opened the living room door, and he wasn't stood in the hallway. I checked my phone, and he'd actually texted me something pretty urgent, and it made me even more freaked out. I'd heard him shout me so clearly. It felt like, in some weird way, it was to get my attention from the book, turn around, and get my phone. Anyone have thoughts on this? This summer, I started to work out frequently to shed those quarantine pounds I'd put on during lockdown. I was doing a lot of running, usually at night because I'm not one to wake up early, and work kept me busy during the day. One night, I went out for my usual route. Halfway through, and everything was feeling fine. I felt pretty good. Came up to a corner, and I saw a car about to turn my way. I looked down, expecting the usual headlights to shine right in my eyes and blind me. A few seconds pass. No car. I kept running, thinking it was just taking longer than I thought it would. Then I heard the car pass. The sound of the engine, the crunch of the blacktop under its tires, and even felt the gust of air as it went by, but no lights. I looked up and there was no car, not one in front of me, nor one behind me. In fact, there were no cars on the street at all. All the streetlights were off as well, and all the lights in the houses were off too. The only lights I saw were the stars in the sky and the moon. The houses were there, and I could still see the color of them from the moonlight. It felt like I was the only person left in the world. That's the best way I can describe it. I pinched myself to see if I was dreaming or something like that, and I could feel it. I looked back up at the sky because I was so confused I didn't know what else to do, and looking at the empty street was freaking me out. And then I got hit with the flash of headlights from a car passing by, and everything returned to normal. I'm 28 and in good health. No history of mental health issues in me or any of my immediate family. I don't do drugs and only drink occasionally. I don't know what happened. Been thinking about seeing a doctor, but I'm afraid I'd sound crazy. If it happens again, I will go see my doc. Until then, I guess it was just a glitch in the matrix. I'm 48 years old, of sound mind and body. Never had anything paranormal or even unexplainable happen to me in my life before. Despite that, I've always had an interest in the unexplained and the mysteries this world holds. I don't hold to the theory that life is a computer simulation or anything like that, but do think that maybe somewhere out there a higher force is at work. Regardless of my past and lack of experience, I have had something happen in the last few days that, while I think there is some kind of explanation for it, I can't for the life of me fathom what it is. 2 days ago while at work, I work as a human resource manager in a firm I won't name. I had an employee come in with a complaint that was as unique as it was serious. I guess I'm trying to say that it wouldn't be easily confused with anything else I had dealt with that day, or that I can even remember. The meeting went on for a good 45 minutes before they left. I remember what the person looked like, their name, and even what they wore. I was filling out the paperwork when there was another knock on my door. I looked up and it was the same person asking if they could come in for the scheduled meeting. I was absolutely confused. I thought at first it was some kind of prank or trick, or that maybe the person had some kind of mental disorder or memory lapse. I insisted they had already been by to see me, and they swore they hadn't. I then repeated what they had told me previously, and they were shocked that I already knew, but still insisted they hadn't been by earlier. After a bit, I decided I didn't want the employee to feel like they hadn't been heard, so I told them to tell me again what happened. They came in and started off by saying that, while it sounded like I had already heard what had happened, they wanted me to hear their side of the story. I sat through another 45 minutes of what I had been told previously, almost word for word. When they were done, I thought it was the oddest thing that they wouldn't have remembered seeing me earlier. So I looked through my schedule and realized I hadn't had a meeting set for the first time they came in, and the second time they were in was when the meeting was set for. This got me thinking on why they would have showed up earlier and then came back for their scheduled meeting to only tell me what they had already told me. I checked the paperwork I'd been filling out before they came in, and it was all blank. I write my notes in a notebook before I put them in the computer, and none of my notes were there from the first meeting either. I would think I had lost my mind if it weren't for the second meeting, where I repeated what they had told me the first time, and they agreed that it was right. Just so you know, I wrote down the notes after the second meeting, once I realized the ones from the first meeting weren't there. It's almost like I went to the future and talked to them, then came back to the present and talked to them again. Not sure what to make of this, and I can't even begin to understand it. If anyone has any plausible explanation, I would very much like to hear it. This happened when I was a kid back in 2010, so I was 10 years old. It was Christmas Eve and I was in bed trying hard to go to sleep. Of course, I was so excited for the next day when I'd be able to open my presents that I couldn't sleep. Eyes squeezed as tight as possible. Tossing and turning, I heard a sound from downstairs. My parents never raised me to believe in Santa, so I figured it was them putting the presents out for the next day. Figured I'd go take a look to see how many packages I was going to have. Made my way down the stairs on tiptoes to be extra quiet. Got to the middle of the stairs where I could have a good view of the tree. To my surprise, there was a man in a Santa suit, not putting presents down, but picking them up instead. I immediately screamed, and the man turned and looked at me, his eyes big in surprise. He put his finger to his mouth in a hushed gesture, but I kept screaming and crying. He tried to tell me he was Santa and I should go back to bed. Then you could hear my dad wake up, and he must have fallen out of bed because there was a loud thud on the floor. The guy grabbed his sack and bolted out the back door he had somehow forced open, and was gone in the night. It took my mom almost an hour to calm me down while Dad was on the phone with the police, and then dealing with them when they got there. They caught the guy a couple miles away. He had been smart enough to have a change of clothes on him, but either too dumb or greedy to have ditched the huge red sack with fur around the top. A guy walking around in regular clothes with a large Santa bag at 2 in the morning was kind of a giveaway. They also found a meth pipe on him and a small baggie of drugs. He was put away for a few years on various charges. My parents told me all this because they were always ones to keep things real, and they wanted me to know that he would never come back. It was kind of traumatizing, but I think less so because I never believed in Santa, so it didn't change my view of him. I knew there were bad people in the world, but it wasn't some kind of revelation that someone as nice as Santa could do something so evil, if that makes sense. This was definitely the scariest thing to happen to me on Christmas, and now that I'm 21 and living on my own, I make sure everything is locked tight on Christmas Eve, and I still have problems sleeping on that night. I'm a single mother. It's a tough job. I work full-time and take care of my 9-year-old full-time. As you can guess, it's exhausting. 2 years ago, I took my then 7-year-old to see Santa at the mall. This Santa gave me weird vibes as soon as we got there. He was staring at me the whole time, like even before it was my son's turn. Even while he was talking to other kids, his eyes never left me. Still, I just wanted to get this over with. I was tired, overworked, still had shopping to do, and I wanted my kid to have some good memories of the holidays. So I waited in line until it was our turn and put my baby in Santa's lap. One of the elves came up and asked me some questions about the size of the pictures and what I wanted. It was the only time I wasn't focused and listening to what my kid was saying to Santa. Got the whole thing over with and then go through the mall to do some more shopping. My kid was excitedly saying that Santa was going to come to our house and visit. Of course, I thought he meant he was excited for Christmas when Santa would leave all his presents, and didn't think much more of it. 2 days later, as I was leaving for work, I noticed a car on the opposite side of the road. The driver was still in it, and the guy was staring at me while I got into my car to head out. Didn't think much of it, but then when I came home, the car and the guy were still there in the exact same spot. He was staring at me again and watched me as I went into my house. The next morning, the same car and guy were there, but a house over. He was still staring at me. I made a mental note to call the police if the car was still there when I got back, which it was. I was heading into my house when I heard a car door close behind me. I turned around and the guy who had been in the car was coming across the street, right at me. I was a little freaked out and tried to get into the house, but he got there before I could even turn the key. He explained that he was the Santa that had talked to my son. He found out where I lived when my kid had told him. My then 7-year-old had memorized his address and was always excited to tell everyone. I don't blame him at all, though. It was really weird and frightening that a mall Santa had listened to him and thought it was appropriate to stalk me, then try and come to talk to me. I didn't tell him this part, though, which is I'm a single mother who has had some pretty bad experiences, and I don't intend to expose my kid to strange men. I'd rather just focus on raising my boy and do the best I can. Besides, his grandpa is very much in our lives and gives him a great male role model. So I told the guy I'm not interested and to please leave me alone. He protested and gave me some lame excuses, even got kind of aggressive to the point I had to tell him to leave or I'd call the cops. I thought that was the end of it until a few days later I began to find little presents, flowers, and even chocolates on my doorstep. I never saw his car again and the guy never gave me his name, so there wasn't much I could tell the police. He also left little notes that bordered on the X-rated. It was pretty scary, honestly. About a week later, I found a message spray-painted on my front porch, to the effect that I belonged to him. That was the last straw, and I called the police. For the next few weeks, I kept getting these little presents. Then one day while at work, I got a phone call from the police. They had caught the guy trying to break into my house while I was gone. They had been sending out one of their patrols to go by my house at random times, and it was by sheer luck they had been by that day at the right time. They saw him trying to go into my house through a side window. When they got him, he said he was my boyfriend and lived there, but had lost his key. I told them that was not the case. They searched him and his car. He didn't have anything weird with him. No tape, rope, handcuffs, nothing like that. He got jailed for a year and then was under house arrest for another year and has a parole officer he has to check in with. It was his first offense. He also has to take some classes and undergo mental health counseling. I don't know what his deal was or why he picked me. Now I don't take my kid to mall Santas anymore. My mom passed away a couple of years ago, right around Christmas. Since then, the holidays have always been tough on me. Last year on Christmas Eve, after I put out all the presents, I went to bed. I had a dream that my mom was in. I was a kid again on Christmas Day and opened a present from her. It was a silver jewelry box that she had when I was younger. It had long been lost, but I remembered it because it had a beautiful design of a dove on the front, and there were olive branches along the side of it. Woke up the next day and opened the presents with the family. Every gift had been opened, and we were relaxing on the couch, drinking coffee and watching a movie. My youngest son came over and said there was one more present under the tree. I got up to look, knowing that all the presents had been opened, and the area had been cleaned up. I don't know how we missed anything. When I looked at the present, it was addressed to me from my deceased mother. No one confessed to having placed it under the tree, so I opened it up, and to my surprise, it was the same jewelry box my mom had when I was a kid. I broke down and started to cry because it was such a beautiful and heartfelt gift. Still, no one confessed to having placed it under the tree. Of course, my husband knows about the jewelry box. I had often said how I wished I had it to remember my mom by, but that box had been lost since before she had passed. Either put somewhere in storage and forgotten about, sold, or stolen. My mom never remembered giving it away, but when you're old, your memories tend to fade. And I hadn't asked her about it until she was old, and she died not long after I had asked about it. If it was my husband, and maybe he bought a replica, it is one of the most thoughtful things he has ever done. It doesn't look like a new jewelry box, since it has some tarnish on it and it looks aged. Maybe he got it from an antique store. I don't really know. That doesn't explain the dream I had of it the night before, and I'm pretty sure he would have taken credit for doing something so lovely. For now, I'm holding on to it being a last gift from my mother. That fills me with a lot of peace at the moment when, otherwise, I'm usually heartbroken this time of year. When I was 5, up until my mom remarried when I was 12, we lived in a really bad part of town. I remember hearing people yell at all hours of the night, police sirens constantly going off, and even a gunshot or two during the day. Fortunately, we lived in much better circumstances after that, but there is one time that will always stay with me. It was Christmas Eve. We didn't have enough money or even the space for a Christmas tree, but we did have a small fake one we would put presents under. Our apartment was only 2 bedrooms, and the living room and kitchen were pretty much the same room. In other words, the place was tiny. My sister and I shared a room, and we were woken up around midnight to the sound of the front door being opened. I remember we both looked at each other, not scared but excited. We thought Santa had finally come to deliver presents. We got up and quietly went to the door. It was a straight shot down the tiny hallway to the living room, and we had a clear line of sight to the door. We were both startled to see 2 men with flashlights walking around the place. We then saw my mom crouched in her doorway right across from ours. She looked terrified and motioned for us to go back to our rooms. My sister and I didn't know what was happening, so we listened and rushed back to bed. One of the men said, "Shit, there's nothing here," and next we heard the front door close. My mom then crept across the hallway and gathered us both up while she was crying. It was then that I, being the oldest at 9, clued into what had happened and started to cry with her. I think my sister joined in too. She was scared because both of us were crying now. Later, my mom went and pushed the couch in front of the door. They had busted the lock and there was no other way to lock the door. Once the sun came up, we all went to bed. The next day, there was a present for both my sister and I under the tree. Mom hadn't put them out the night before for some reason. Looking back on it, I'm glad that the men hadn't come further into the apartment. I guess this is one time being poor paid off. "5 years ago on Christmas Day, I had something odd happen to me. I was living with my then boyfriend in a small one-bedroom apartment. We had exchanged a few gifts and had a few drinks. It was pretty early in the morning still, so we went to take a nap before going over to my family's house for some more gift-giving and Christmas dinner. Got up around 2 in the afternoon and headed out. Had to stop at a gas station for some soda to make some punch at my parents' house. Grabbed some Sprite, and on the way out, there was a guy in a filthy old and pretty ratty Santa outfit. It looked like he had rolled around in the dirt. He came up to me shouting Merry Christmas, and I was immediately greeted by the stink of booze and piss. His blue eyes were highlighted by the bloodshot red around them, and his Santa beard was half hanging off his face. I gave a quick and polite greeting back, and then ran to the car kind of freaked out by his appearance. About 10 miles down the road, my parents lived about 45 minutes away from me, and my boyfriend remembered he had to get some more pods for his vape, so we pulled into another gas station. While my boyfriend was in there, the same Santa came up to the car. My window was down because the heater in the car was broken, and it either was off or on full blast, no in between. The Santa approached the car and shouted the same greeting as last time. I could smell the booze and piss from 5 feet away. The beard was off in the same way as before, and his blue eyes were still bloodshot. No question in my mind, it was the same guy. Fortunately, my boyfriend came out before that guy could shout his holiday cheer at me anymore, and we took off. I still can't figure out how that Santa got 10 miles down the road, almost at the same time we had. I never saw him get into a car, and no other cars were even in the parking lot. Besides that, he was in no condition to drive. I still think about this and can't figure it out. "4 years ago, we had a big snowfall where I live. It was a couple of days before Christmas, and while we don't live in the middle of nowhere, we do live on the outskirts of town and on a large piece of property. I was out shoveling the back walk and noticed footprints all around the house. They were too large to be the wife or kids. I'm the only grown man in the house, and the prints were a bit bigger than mine. I also hadn't been out that day before that, and hadn't ever walked all the way around the house. We had been getting a lot of packages delivered through UPS, and chalked it up to one of the delivery men having walked around the house looking for a place to leave a package, because with all the snowfall, there wasn't a clear area to leave them. So I forgot about them and finished shoveling the sidewalks and front porch, so they had a clear spot to leave any more packages. There was another big snowfall that night, and the next day I went out to shovel again. This time, there were fresh tracks in the snow again. I followed them around the house and saw that they came from the back fence. That's not the way the delivery people come to the house. The footsteps led out to the back alley area, but I lost them in the multitude of car tracks. I then knew someone had been casing our house. I didn't have the time or means to get cameras set up around the house, so I decided to stay up that night and keep an eye on the place. Sure enough, around 11 at night, I see a silhouette of a person come sneaking up to the backyard. The light on the garage backlit him, and he wasn't too difficult to spot. I called the police and reported a prowler on my property. They must not have understood me or something, because 10 minutes later a cop car comes down the street with their lights flashing and sirens on, not running silently so they could catch the guy. The guy heard them and was out the back and down the road before they got to my door. I told them what I had seen, and they went out to look for him. They never did catch him, and he never came back, so I guess it kind of worked. I'm just glad this happened in the winter and not in the summer. I would have never seen his tracks and knew to stay up and look for him. I don't know what he wanted, if he was just a peeping Tom or if he intended to break into the place. I do have a Ring doorbell cam now, and it hasn't caught anyone else on the property. I was 21 and had come home from college for the holidays. It was great to be back in my old room and in my house again, even though strange things always happened in that place. We all knew it was kind of haunted, but nothing major ever really happened. It was more minor stuff we kind of lived with. Doors closing on their own, cold spots even during the summer. Sometimes things would disappear and reappear later on. A bit of a nuisance, but nothing to get upset about. This time, though, was one of the only times something big had happened. It was a couple of days after Christmas, and I was up late watching a movie I'd gotten as a present. No one else was up, and I was on the couch eating popcorn and laughing my ass off. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a blue wisp go down the hallway. I kinda jumped a bit and then got up to see what it was. There was nothing there, so I went back to the couch to finish my movie. An hour later, I went and got ready for bed. I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth when I heard the sound of someone crying. Concerned that something had happened, I went to my parents' room to check on them. They were both fast asleep. As I left their room, I heard the crying again, this time coming from the living room. Went there, and for a brief second I saw the apparition of a young girl in front of the Christmas tree. She was gone almost as soon as I saw her, but from what I could make out, she was kneeling in front of the tree crying, and then she was instantly gone. I felt immediate sadness, and I wanted to cry as well. That was strange, because I'm usually a pretty happy person. The feeling didn't last long, and in the next hour I was fast asleep. I have no clue what that was about or why it happened around the holidays. I just remember not only feeling sad, but also a profound feeling of loneliness. There's no particular history of the house that I know of that happened around Christmas. It's a pretty old house, so who knows what's happened there. But I do feel like it was tied to something about the holidays. My parents moved a year later to be closer to family, and I never went back there. "15 years ago, when I was in my 20s, I went to a Christmas party. It was a little get-together of some friends, probably about 20 people or so if I remember correctly. By the end of the night, I was pretty drunk and in no condition to drive, so one of my friends offered to give me a ride. They had a really beat-up old Honda that we piled into. I lived about 20 minutes out of town on a state road, and his car broke down halfway there. This was 2006, and cell phone coverage wasn't the greatest. There were dead spots all along that road, and we happened to be in one. He said he had signal about a mile back and was going to walk until he could make a call. I stayed with the car in the back seat laying down. I don't know how long had passed. It seemed like forever, but eventually I heard a car pass by and then stop. I thought maybe my friend had gotten help, but continued to lay there not wanting to move. The car door opened and the lights came on. I got up to see who it was, and it was a couple of teenage boys I had never seen before. One of them was already inside trying to get the stereo out. They were surprised to see me, and one of them yelled something. I was pretty drunk still and started slurring my words and yelling at them to get the hell out of the car. I must have crawled over the back seat because The next thing I remember was being on the road and getting kicked. Snow was all over my face and inside my jacket. If I hadn't been so drunk, I'm sure it would have hurt like hell. Soon, my friend came running down the road, screaming at the kids to get away. I think he said he'd call the cops or something like that. But either way, the kids jumped back in their car and sped out of there. A tow truck came and got us. His alternator had been bad. Another friend came and took me to the hospital. I had contusions and a huge bump on my head, but somehow nothing had been broken. It hurt every time I breathed for the next few days. No clue who those kids were or why they thought getting into a beat-up Honda was a good idea. Just goes to show that even around the holidays, there are some real assholes out there. We moved to a new state for my job and got this apartment sight unseen. At first, we didn't feel or see anything unusual. As time went on, we started noticing a shadow move, or times I thought I kept seeing something move in the kitchen area. I didn't say anything at first to my wife because I didn't want to freak her out. One day, I get a call from her at work that things on our shelf launched off. Then she asked if I have been seeing anything weird. As time went on, we both started seeing these small shadows move around. We'd see drifting smoke in the apartment, with no apparent cause for it. My daughter would scream in the middle of the night or during the day about a ghost scaring her. My son would demand the lights on at all hours, especially in the kitchen. My wife started waking up in the middle of the night, seeing a shadow man standing in the doorway of our bedroom. Then our smoke detectors started beeping in one room, stop, then start in another. We finally were able to move out. When I was there picking up boxes alone after work, I started hearing the beeping go off in the other room. So I walked around the corner to see a shadow man sitting on the edge of the couch looking at me. I hurried up and got out of there. I returned the next day with my coworker to pick up the remaining boxes, and when I was leaving, I saw them again, a head peeking around the corner. My wife returned to do a final walkthrough and some last-minute cleaning before turning in the keys. While she was there, a black figure stood in the doorway pointing towards the door, and a bottle of cleaner launched off the counter. As she was getting ready to leave, all the smoke detectors in the apartment started going off, starting at the back of the apartment and moving towards the door. When she locked the door, they all stopped. So I used to live near an infamous road. It's a thin road with no street lines, has only a few houses at the end, and lined with thick woods. There were no street lights. We had heard stories like ghosts being spotted in the woods, weird beasts, creepy vibes, and a penny thrown off a small bridge coming back to you. My boyfriend and I decided to drive down it one night in his car. It was a small stick-shift car. The road had several pull-offs where you could park and sit. We pulled off at the first one and took some footage of the woods. Nothing happened. So we continued driving to the next pull-off. We heard some rustling, but we both assumed it's an animal moving away from the sound of the car parking. We sat for a few seconds in the dark of the woods. We heard something hit the car like a rock or something like that. We then heard several pounds on the truck and roof. At this point, we decided to drive off. He attempted to start the car to no avail. He tried several times before it eventually started. He then put it in gear and stepped on the gas. The car stood still. I was freaking out and told him to stop messing around. He said he wasn't. Then the car, while on first gear and the gas depressed, began to be pulled backwards. Against all logic, the car was fighting to go forward against something that wasn't visible. The taillights lit up the forest behind us, and there was nothing there. Out of nowhere, the car miraculously jumps forward, and we drove away from the pull-off. Blown away by the experience we just had, we decided to find another pull-off. This was a stupid idea. The one we found was before the bridge where the pennies are thrown. We tunnel to the bridge and throw a penny. We hear it hit the small stream. We look back at the car and swear we see someone walk behind it. So we rush back to the car and there's no sign of anyone. This was the last straw, and we decided to get off the road ASAP. We get in the car and speed off. As we're driving, something small hits and chips our windshield. It didn't sound like a rock. It sounded like a penny. Whatever was on the road either wanted us gone or to never leave. We haven't gone back since. This happened a few years back. My husband and I had recently moved to his hometown and were out on a Sunday stroll, walking around downtown with my husband showing me around the place. His phone rang and he answered, turning his back to the street to muffle the sound of traffic. I waited and continued taking in the surrounding buildings and people rushing by. That's when I see it. Across the street, in the middle of the sidewalk, stands a man. An older man who looks like he's been beaten up. One of his eyes is purple and completely swollen shut. His mouth is bloody. He's making small movements with his hands, as if trying to reach out to people rushing by, but he doesn't make a sound. There's a dark pool of blood on the sidewalk where he's standing. I can't believe what I'm seeing. I can't believe all these people just walking by and not doing anything. We lock eyes. I swear I can feel him pleading with me despite the fact that he's still not making a single sound. I don't have my phone, so I turn to my husband and demand he give me his phone. He tells the person he's talking to that he has to go, ends the call and passes me his phone with a confused look on his face. I tell him there's a man across the street who looks like he's been beaten up and we should call the police. My husband looks over my shoulder, back at me and asks, "Where?" Annoyed at my husband, I turn around with my hand pointing towards the man's location, and the man is gone. There is no blood on the sidewalk. There is a young woman cleaning ice cream off a child's shirt and presumably scolding him, standing right where I had seen that man less than 5 minutes ago. I do a few frantic double takes, where I turn to my husband and back to the street, telling myself I'm not going insane. My husband, probably thinking that my Northern European ass is suffering from a heat stroke, sits me down in the shade and makes me finish a whole bottle of water. We went home shortly after that. Back in 2001, my parents bought some property to build my childhood home on the south side of Chicago. Some backstory on the property that we found out after the house was built was that the marsh on the property used to be dumping grounds for bodies from the Italian mafia in Chicago. The black tar that was in the swamp made it impossible to get out of, and the bodies just disappeared. Fast forward to when my family lived there. We had a beautiful 3-bedroom house with a wonderful yard, swing in the backyard, and a basement that my parents let us write our names all over, a huge highlight of our house as kids. In that basement, we also had a laundry room that was around the corner of the stairs, and some ballet mirrors leading into it. Ever since I was a kid, I dreaded having to go down to that basement, and always felt like someone was watching me. It was never just a kid being scared of the basement ordeal. Something truly felt off. One day I was walking down the stairs of the basement, and out of the corner of my eye, looking through the mirror, a man stood staring directly at me. He was tall with a flat cap and a scrappy beard plain as day. I tried to scream, but it felt like all the air was gone, just like in a dream. He started coming towards the stairs, and quickly as I could, I sprinted up the stairs and slammed the door. As a child, I was a wonderfully perpetual liar, and knew no one would believe me, so I never said a word. A few weeks went by, and I tried to put the image of the man I had seen out of my head, but after that, never felt safe in the house. The scariest instant, though, was when I was grabbing something out of my parents' room and again felt someone staring at me. For fear of seeing the man again, I began to run out of the room. The only thing was, I couldn't move. I stood there like a statue, unable to do anything except cry. I felt a pressure on my chest like someone was holding me back from moving forward. After what felt like an eternity of being frozen, I finally was able to let out a small cry, and my mother ran into the room and grabbed me. She had to yank me so hard out of that spot as if I was a mouse stuck in a sticky trap. As we fled the room, the door slammed behind us, and my mom took me outside where I finally felt I was able to breathe. After that, we never talked about that moment. Apart from my traumatizing encounter, my younger sister also seemed on edge in the house. She could never sleep alone and would frequently scream in the night. And this will come into play later. Another thing to note was around the house, things would move locations. Doors would open randomly, and if we all left the house, it was in disarray when we returned, as if someone was partying there. My parents never said a word to us about anything that happened, and carried on cleaning as if it was normal. Taken, my sisters and I were from ages 9 to 5 at the time, so I'm sure nothing was going to be discussed. Things kept happening over the years, and I would frequently see the man staring through the windows as we came back to the house, around corners, and even sitting on a chair in our living room. Eventually, though, we had to move due to my parents losing our house in the recession, but I never forgot about the house. After we got older, we're all having dinner one night and were reminiscing on the old house. I brought up that moment where I was stuck in the bedroom, and my mom's face turned white as she told me she saw a tall man with a flat cap and scrappy beard holding me there and did not want to frighten me at the time. As she described the man, I saw everyone's faces drop. Apparently, we all had encounters with the man. My older sister would see him as she played dolls in the basement, my dad in his garage, my mom with me. But the scariest story was from my youngest sister. When she was a child, the man would visit the edge of her bed and stare directly over her, telling her, "Get out. If you don't go, I'll kill your family. You're all going to die. I'll kill you." Her screams every night were not from some childhood nightmare, but an actual nightmare we all seemed to be living in. She would wake up with scratches from the man that we just assumed were from her childhood eczema. But nope, he could touch her. To this day, we never bring up the old house or drive past the street where it sits. It still terrifies me today to think about all of our experiences in the house, and I will never ever go back. While it will always be the home I grew up in, I truly consider it a place in hell. I lived in a 200-year-old farmhouse for 6 years before recently moving. I still own the house as it's part of a farm that I farm. It's currently sitting vacant, but I'll likely rent it out soon. Over the course of the years we were there, we had a few strange occurrences. Our living room is an addition to the house that has a doorway leading into the kitchen. The stairway is visible through this doorway. I stayed up till like 2 a.m. playing video games in the living room, when I saw through the doorway my wife walking down the stairs into the kitchen past the doorway. She was visible for 15 seconds or so as she walked down the stairs and past me. She was wearing an all-white nightgown, which I had never seen before. I paused my game and got up to check to see why she was up, and to check out the new lingerie, but she wasn't there. I go upstairs to check, and she's still asleep in her regular old jammies. Another time, my wife and I were watching a movie in the living room, and one of our cats was sleeping in the doorway to the kitchen. We both saw a shadow cat walk down the stairs and then pounce on our sleeping cat, and then run past the doorway. Essentially the exact same path my wife took in the first story. The cat wakes up and looks around confused and growling a little, acting as if she thinks another cat is screwing with her. She gets up and then cautiously walks in the direction the shadow ran. We both saw it. It was completely featureless, but was a perfect silhouette of a cat, moving just like a cat but completely black. Almost looked like smoke, but way thicker and with clear boundaries. We checked the house and no other cat was inside. We accounted for all of our cats outside as well. During the entire 6 years we lived there, both my wife and I saw a black silhouette of a man nearly every night, standing over my wife's side of the bed looking down at her, right in front of a second-story window by the bed. It was inside but had a clear visible boundary due to the lighting difference inside versus outside the window. We would both only see it from the corner of our eyes, and as soon as we tried to focus on it, it would disappear. Neither of us mentioned it to the other, and it was really easily reproducible by looking away and waiting for your eyes to adjust again. We both chalked it up to a weird shadow cast from something. My wife wrote about it in her journal multiple times before I finally asked her about it and found out she saw it too. She convinced herself it was nothing, but constantly felt watched and refused to be in the room alone with the door shut. This next one I try to chalk up to a vivid dream, as I don't have a clear memory of what happened immediately after the event, but everything prior to the event I know occurred. We stayed out super late and my 2-year-old fell asleep in the car. I carried her inside and put her in bed and shut the door, thinking she never woke up. I get about 10 steps away and halfway down the stairs, and I hear my daughter chanting, A told B and B told C, I'll meet you at the top of the coconut tree, a popular children's book she liked. I get super excited thinking my kid is reading to herself. I rush back to her door, hearing her reading the book the whole time. I swing the door open and see her fast asleep in bed. The coconut tree book then falls from the ceiling past my face, about a centimeter from my nose. My entire being filled with confusion then dread, and then I vaguely remember going to bed, and then I wake up in the morning. I know I put her in bed. Everything in that memory seemed as if it happened to me, and it's crystal clear until that book falls. But I can't fathom how I could have just gone to bed without reacting to the event. Going to bed that night almost seems like a dream, like I wasn't in control and was watching myself go to bed. My daughter had an imaginary friend from 18 months to 4.5 years old when we moved, and its name was Sunny. She described Sunny as a dead girl with a wisp, like Casper the Friendly Ghost, instead of legs. She'd say things that we didn't think she'd even understand the concepts of. Like, out of the blue, Sunny wants me to choke on dinner so that I can stay with her. Sunny wanted to push me down the stairs so that we could keep playing. We'd even hear her arguing with Sunny about how Sunny needs to stop being so mean, or how Sunny needs to share. If asked, she'd say Sunny was her little sister. We finally moved and she stopped talking about Sunny after the first week. When we first moved, she asked if Sunny could move with her. We said no. A few days later, she told us Sunny lives in the woods by herself, far away from everyone now. She got lost looking for a new house. We'd also hear footsteps and whispers throughout the house, and constantly felt watched inside and outside in the property. At night, the area at the top of the staircase would appear to get darker sometimes, like the reverse of your eyes adjusting at night. You would sometimes stare at the area, and details would slowly fade away at the top of the stairs. The house is pre-Civil War and was used as a field hospital during the war, but this is true for most houses in the area that were around then. The previous owner was a 96-year-old lady who did pass away in the house. There's been multiple deaths in the house simply due to its age. No out-of-the-ordinary deaths that I know of, just old age and bad health, with the exception of possible deaths while a temporary hospital. I have worked at a small coffee chain local to my state for about 3.5 years now. Almost exactly 1 year ago, our coffee hut was getting a remodel. So me and my coworkers had the privilege of being temporarily transferred to the brand new one just built in a different location. Same town though. All of these happenings started small and gradual, and eventually led up to the most horrifying incident. I had been working regular shifts at this new shop for a while, and then October hit. Ironic, I know. Spooky season brings the ghosts out, I suppose. Not to mention there's a graveyard next door to the shop. Anyway, October began, and I and all of the rest of the employees were starting to experience things. Small things. Unexplained noises, shadows, things that couldn't be explained or dismissed easily. Then stranger things began happening. Objects falling, even phantom cars pulling into the drive-thru and then vanishing once we got to the window. And it just escalated from there. Sometimes we would come in to open the store, and sleeves of coffee cups had fallen out of the shelves during the night, and these shelves were built specifically for the cup sleeves. They fit perfectly laying down and couldn't just fall out randomly on their own, or bagels falling off their shelves. After one of these openings, my boss decided to check the security footage, and let's just say we were all mortified. I'd love to be able to provide the footage here, but I don't have access to the cameras, nor do I believe I would be allowed to upload them for privacy reasons, but I'll do my best to describe them. It was very apparent that the sleeves of cups didn't fall out on their own, but were forcibly yanked from the shelves and thrown down to the floor. Something I didn't mention before, these shelves are very high up. Only the tallest of us can reach them. I'm 5'10", and I'm the shortest person that can pull sleeves of cups down without jumping. The bagels, too, were sitting on their low shelf before being violently tossed off the shelf so hard they landed on the floor across the room. We would also catch lots of orbs in the back room. Another time, the camera in the back room caught a very prominent apparition walking from one corner of the room to another. It was very shadowy, not a full humanoid figure, but the shape one has when a sheep is draped over their head. So basically a common ghost shape. I don't know what else to call it. Now for the incident that makes me glad I don't work there today. Throughout the month, I'm talking at least once or twice a week, the alarm would go off during the night, always after midnight. The first time was at 4 a.m. The manager of this hut got a call from the alarm company at 4 in the morning, stating the alarm had gone off. She quickly checked the security cameras and, seeing that no one was there, told the alarm company that authorities were not needed. Still, she drove to the shop and double-checked the doors, registers, and fixed the alarm. And like I said, this happened at least once or twice a week for the rest of the month. Then, on October 24th, 2020, I had a closing shift. We closed at 8, but it was busy, so we didn't finish cleaning and getting out of there until about 9. Apparently, at almost exactly 10 p.m., the manager gets a phone call from the alarm company stating the usual, that the alarm had gone off. She tells them not to worry, as this happens at least once a week. The woman calling still sounded worried and said that she had called the shop first, seeing as it was only 10 p.m. and it was possible there were still employees there, and that someone had answered, spoke, but could not give the password. Obviously, this freaked her out and she checked the cameras. No one was there. Even rewound the footage to exactly when the woman called the shop. No one was there. Drove to the shop to fix the alarm. Not a single thing out of place. Even the phone was still on the hook. And once October ended and November began, the incidences suddenly stopped. No more orbs, apparitions, unexplained noises. No more objects falling off the shelves. And no more late-night alarm trips. Although, last I heard, the alarm tripped again last month, September 2021. I have not heard anything else, but October isn't over yet. I was an 11-year-old skinny kid, prude and self-conscious. One summer day at my family cottage, I went to bed in my jammies, with about a half a ton of bed sheets on. That night, I remember thinking the mattress wasn't comfortable at all, and woke up to a half-sleep state a few times to change positions. At one point, I felt the bed was ridiculously hard, and it woke me up for good. I noticed I couldn't see the nightlight that was always on. Then I realized I wasn't even in my room. I was laying totally naked on my back, outside on a big flat rock, like some sort of offering to some god. I was so scared, I froze stiff. I couldn't move nor utter a word. I wanted to scream, but nothing came out, which got me even more scared. As I got used to the darkness, I saw I was less than 100 feet or so from my cottage. I closed my eyes, concentrated, and when I opened them again, I was able to move. I quickly got up and walked, couldn't quite run, to the house. I remember the cold dirt under my feet, but I had no feeling of the temperature outside at all. I tried to open the door, but it was locked. My mom always locked the door at night when my dad was away. I had to go around, but the back door was also locked. Fortunately, the window was open, and it was about 2 feet up the deck. I got back in, slept in my bed, and prayed nothing had followed me through the night. I woke up later than my brothers and sisters the next day. They hadn't noticed I was naked in bed, or I would have never heard the end of it. Couldn't find my jammies, so I got into my jeans and grabbed a t-shirt to join them for breakfast. Later that morning, my older brother, who was playing outside, called my mom to come and check out something. We all ran to see what it was about. He pointed high up. As I looked, I immediately recognized my pajamas hooked to the highest branches of an old, very tall tree. They all looked back at me asking, "What the hell?" But I didn't have a clue. Everybody denied having anything to do with it. To this day, I'm at a total loss to explain what happened that night. This started happening 2 years ago, right before COVID hit, and we've only recently been able to get out of it. My partner and I had just bought a new house. It was a nice place, very old but well kept. It was built in the early 1900s in a colonial style. The place had many owners in its lifetime, and I'm not sure of the entire history of the house. There were a few people who had died in the house from natural causes, but nothing out of the ordinary. Things started happening the first night we moved in. Bumps in the night. Possible footsteps in the hallway when we were both in bed. Rather benign, but still kind of frightening. My partner and I chalked it up to old house noises and settling at first. This went on for a month or two. Then, almost right when the lockdown begun, things started to escalate. The noises got louder. Doors that we knew had been closed previously were found open, and doors that were opened were found closed. Things would be moved from where we left them. Not just a few inches, but to the complete opposite side of the house. I remember we were putting up some shelves and took a break. When we came back, the drill we were using wasn't there. We looked all over for it and found it in the back bedroom. Neither one of us had gone in that room during our break, so how it ended up there beats us. Then it stayed that way for a while, until about a year had passed. If that had been all, we might have learned to live with it. But one night, my partner and I were in bed, when I heard the footsteps in the hallway again. It didn't bother me as it happened kind of regularly. Just this time, our bedroom door opened. My partner was asleep. I had been having trouble settling in. Anyways, the door opened, and immediately I felt a chill in the room. It was also accompanied by a very dark feeling. I had never felt this in the house before. I'm not sure what it was, but I faintly saw a wisp of blue, almost black mist move towards the bed. Then I felt something sit on the bed, and it was like I was being watched. For a few moments, I was too scared to move. The ill intent from this thing was palpable. Finally, I gathered the courage and kicked my boyfriend awake. He rolled over, and instantly the being vanished. It was almost like the thing didn't know my boyfriend was there, and when it realized I wasn't alone, it left. After that, I felt its presence a few more times, but never when my boyfriend was around. I almost think it was scared of him and only wanted to go after me. My boyfriend never saw this thing nor felt it, so I guess it only went after women. My boyfriend told me later about when he was downstairs. He sometimes heard a little kid laughing, and a few times while walking up the stairs, he felt someone tugging on the back of his shirt. One time he was tugged so aggressively that he almost fell backwards down them. I think there were a few spirits that lived in that place. Most were calm and only made noise. The mist and child, though, seemed out to hurt us. We finally left that place a couple of months ago, now that movement has opened up again. On a few occasions, the racket and disturbances were bad enough that we spent a night or two in a hotel. I had never experienced anything paranormal before that. I had heard stories and believed they happen, but as far as being initiated into the paranormal, I think we've both had our share. My dad moved into a house in the middle of the woods about 2 years ago, and I moved in with him soon after to help him get around and take care of the house and whatnot. Side note, it's an old house in the South, on land that Native Americans heavily inhabited. Honestly, this house is really weird. The first night I spent here, I was woken up by a woman whispering, "Is anyone home?" right next to me as I was about to fall asleep. My dad didn't believe me when I told him the next day. It's taken a while to get used to living in the deep woods, but something about this property is off. There's been more than a few times where I've actually felt a heavy presence, almost like someone is standing right behind me. I have a cat who I can rely on to alert me when there's someone approaching my room, and there have been times where he's alerted me, but nobody was there. Other times he stares at the same corner of my room with an expression that tells me he can see something I can't. There's been more times than I can count where I'll be leaving a room and a cabinet will slam, or it sounds like something was moved behind me. It sounds silly, but it's odd enough for me to notice. I've mentioned it to my father, but he didn't think much of it, until earlier this morning when he woke up and went downstairs to find the basement flooded. Somehow the shower in the basement was turned on, and the drain had been clogged. Neither of us used the shower in the basement. He's now fully convinced there's a ghost in this house. I don't know. If you ask me, I think it's more than the house. I get that feeling even when I'm out on a hike. I always leave food scraps and leftovers out on the tree line for the animals, and sometimes coincidentally find little treasures in the same spot. Almost like I made a trade with Mother Nature. Once I left some strawberry cake leftovers out there, and the next day found a stone with pink crystal formations. Another time, I found an arrowhead carved out of stone. I was staying in a hotel in downtown Austin for a night with my girlfriend a few weeks ago. The hotel was on 4th Street, like a block and a half away from the notoriously haunted Driscoll Hotel. It must have been about 1:30 in the morning. We had just settled down and turned all the lights out, when my girlfriend says, "Did you see that?" I asked her what she meant because I had my eyes closed, and she said she saw a little light fall from the ceiling, then zip across the room. She said it was like a shooting star that fell from the ceiling then took a hard turn. She made sure to emphasize that it wasn't like the light from the window. It cast its own light. I fell asleep and was woken back up a few hours later, probably about 4 a.m., by the sound of footsteps in the room. They sounded heavy and flat-footed, and they didn't sound like they were coming from upstairs or outside the room. I had heard footsteps during the day from those places by real people, and it sounded very different. These footsteps sounded like someone pacing around in the room. I didn't feel threatened, but I was a little creeped out. I was able to go back to sleep after a while. When I woke up, my girlfriend asked me if I'd gotten up during the night because she had heard someone walking around and felt like someone was up. I told her that I hadn't been up, but I heard the same thing. She also shared my feeling that it wasn't threatening, just weird. We both have rational minds and don't like to jump to conclusions, but we also have both of our fair shares of paranormal experiences. We decided initially not to say for sure it was a ghost, but that it was definitely weird. A few days later, I was talking to my brother who lives in Austin, and I told him the story, and said, I don't know if it's a ghost though. I don't know why a ghost would be there. He told me, to my surprise, that actually Austin had an axe murderer in the 1800s. The servant girl annihilator, as he's most commonly known. That sparked a deep dive, and I found out that one of the victims was actually murdered on that same lot that the hotel now stands on, and another was murdered just a block away. I told my girlfriend about this, and we both thought it was interesting, because that could explain why we didn't feel threatened by the presence if it was a ghost. The hotel doesn't have a reputation of being haunted, but her and I are both mildly sensitive to the paranormal, and are certainly open to it. So maybe the poor spirit just wanted to let us know she's still there. I don't know. We're still not 100% convinced, but it's a strange sequence of events. What do you all think? When I was pregnant, me and my kid's father stayed at his cousin's house for about a month before we moved into our apartment. It's an old farmhouse in a newly developed area of Warwick, Rhode Island. There are farms and woods in one direction, and a small town on the other. We were told when we moved in that the house had been built in the mid-1800s, which to me was super interesting until my kid's father, I'll call him Brian, remarked at how the stairs seemed awfully dark and creepy for the middle of the day. And when I looked, he was right. It gave off such a sinister vibe. We slept in the living room and at night could see through the kitchen, and it was as if the stairs became a dark, uncomfortable void. When we brought this up to Brian's cousin and his wife, they proceeded to laugh and tell us stories of people being pushed down the stairs. I don't think they believed in ghosts, and the husband was an abusive drunk and drug addict, so they had enough problems, clearly. The house was chaotic. The husband and wife clearly were having some serious issues, emotionally and financially. They had a 6-year-old son who was afraid to sleep upstairs by himself because the shadows scared him. Great. After being in the house alone a couple times and seeing genuine human figures out of the corner of my eye, or even better, black dots on the floor with what looked like long spindly legs running, but when you looked at them straight on would disappear. A few times I would see a figure out of the corner of my eye, look and see one of the family members who I hadn't heard come in. I think that freaked me out the most, because how can you explain to yourself seeing a person and sometimes nothing being there, but other times you expect it to disappear, but would in fact be a person standing there this time? So weird. Brian would say how sitting in one chair in the living room, you'd want to look over your shoulder into the doorway, as if someone was coming down a set of stairs that used to be there. This also freaked me out, considering I slept right near the doorway, and often would get a feeling of someone coming toward me. One day, me and Brian were the only two in the entire house, facing one another about 2 feet away, face to face, talking loud as we usually do. Directly in the middle of us, we heard a woman's voice say, "Shh." I asked if he had said that, and he stared at me with huge eyes and asked, "No, did you?" Then we laughed it off as we were clearly talking too loudly for the inhabitants, apparently. We eventually brought this up to the family, who included a second cousin living upstairs, and they confirmed they too saw and felt things. They told us they assumed the black voids that ran on the floor were just one of their dogs, and ignored it if it wasn't. The cousin who lived upstairs said that the curtains to his closet often moved, like they were being pushed, but he chalked it up to being stoned or tired. There was no breeze. The wife told me when they first moved there, her son would see a man in a hat, but assumed it was his imagination. How could you live in a house so clearly haunted and just pass it off? The front of the house at night was avoided by basically everyone, as it was right where it felt like someone was walking by the doorframe at you in the living room. One night, I didn't feel like walking all the way around this huge house to the car, so I walked as fast as I could to the car through the front door. I heard a deep growling coming from the side of the house. They owned 3 dogs, one of which was a bull mastiff. Too freaked out to call for her, I ran in, and to my horror, all 3 dogs were in the house. Needless to say, I didn't use that entrance again. It was such an emotionally depressing house, and maybe me being pregnant, I was just more aware of everything. There were other weird things, but one of the last conversations I had with one of the roommates renting a back bedroom, it was down a long hallway at the very end, the only door in this isolated hallway. I told her about me and Brian hearing shh directly in the middle of us. She explained she hears the same exact thing in the hallway if she and her son were getting loud, but was sure it was the owner's young son sneaking into the hallway. I'm not so sure. When I was younger, I had an imaginary friend. We would color together, watch TV, dance and sing. My mother thought it was normal for a 5-year-old, so nothing more was made of it. When I was 10 years old, I walked in on my mother flipping through an old family photo album of black and white pictures from the 60s. She came across one that looked exactly like my imaginary friend, and I told my mother, "Hey, that's the girl I play with." My mother turned white as a ghost. She tried to ignore it until she turned a couple pages, and I pointed her out again, saying, "Look, there she is again." My mother then told me that the little girl in the photos was her sister who died in the bedroom that was now mine. I learned her name, her age, and so much more about her. She's still around 14 years later. I feel her presence a few times a week, and she enters my dreams sometimes to talk to me. When I meditate, she will make an effort to communicate with me as well. I own some of her things from when she was alive. A watch, her library card, a hair bow, her kindergarten diploma, and a little doll. I adore her and hope she sticks around until my end comes too. So I've lived in my current house for just shy of 8 years. It was a house I moved to just after my divorce, and so I tried to make it as happy of a place as possible after a frankly horrible marriage. So I noticed a few things within the first month. I didn't use the spare room apart from junk storage, so the door was always closed. When standing at the kitchen door having a cigarette, you'd hear footsteps from the spare room above. I'm very interested in the paranormal due to an experience as a child. I used to knock on the wall in the kitchen, only to have it replicated from the floor above. The room itself wasn't somewhere I'd like to be. It felt unwelcoming. I also used to get the immediate smell of stale cigarettes on the landing. Now, a lot point out I smoke in the kitchen, but that's always with the back door open. I never smoke indoors. You'd walk up the stairs into the stench, then without warning it would just go. More than once I've seen a shadow leaning over the banisters, looking down the staircase at me. Never managed to catch it on camera, sadly. Perhaps the one that scared me the most was the woman who appeared in my bedroom. I was coming out of the shower, walked into my room to see her standing beside the window. The first thing I noticed was how she was dressed in a long button-up 70s style dress and a pinafore apron. She looked me dead in the eyes for what seemed like an eternity, probably only a second or two, then vanished. Now, fast forward a few years, and my current partner had a friend who called over. She was very into pagan stuff and had a knack for sensing ghosts. I asked if she'd take a walk around to see if she could feel anything in my house. I stress, I hadn't told her of what I experienced. She felt 3 people in the house. 1, an older lady who hadn't died in the house, but had lived there. Another was a younger man who had died in the spare room. The third, she said, was in the attic, but she couldn't get a reading from it. Finally, I did a little digging. I found that while the house wasn't very old, there had been a woman who was born in it, lived in it all her life, and died in the mid-1980s of lung cancer. Her grandson had lived there after her, but he died a few years later of a drug overdose. As I move on to pastures new with my soon-to-be new wife, I'm reminded of everything that went on here. The lights going on and off, the knocks, the smells of cigarettes, door handles rattling, and electrical equipment coming on randomly. And of course, the old woman showing herself in my bedroom. It frightened me, but I slowly learned to live with it. Who knows? I might be reporting on another experience in my new home. I've been living in the same house with my father for most of my life. When I was young, I had scary things I saw in my bedroom at night. Mainly a cloaked man who resembled death would float out of the wall on one side of my room and go through the opposite side. It would be a nightly occurrence to the point where I knew it would happen, and I would hide under my covers, sweating while knowing what was happening around me. It used to be a joke I slept in a cocoon. I wouldn't just experience things like this at my house. It would be at others as well. Once I was about 8 or 9 and had a sleepover at my cousin's place. I remember waking up in the middle of the night, covers wrapped around my head so just my eyes and nose were visible. I noticed a pair of legs standing in front of my face. I felt immediate terror and couldn't bear to look up. I just pretended to be asleep and never spoke of it again. At my grandparents' house, I'd sleep over, again about 9 years old, and would constantly have experiences of hearing footsteps coming to my door and then continuing down past my door. My door would be open, so I could see no one was there. I one time woke up and was face to face with a dog, but quickly wrapped the sheets back over my face and prayed it would go away. Anyways, all these experiences and more I had put off to being young, tired, or just made up in my head because ghosts aren't real. Until last night, which confirms all my experiences. Well, the other night, I was sitting in my room reading with my dog on my bed as I usually do. It was about 12:30 a.m. I then had heard a light thud at my door, and when I had looked up, my shower towel that hangs on the back of my door started swaying slightly. It then stopped for a second or two and began swaying a bit more aggressively. At this point, fear and terror took over, and I yelled out, "Spirit, you're not welcome here." At that point, I had said this, and the towel was thrown off the hooks and on the back of my door, scaring both me and my dog. Since this has happened, it's validated that the spirit is real, and I've been trying to find answers, but I don't really know where to look. Everyone I've spoken to doesn't seem to believe me, or has some other far-fetched explanation. This whole thing sounds like a joke and stupid, but I have no explanation as to why or how this happened. I should also add that there is no vent near my towel. Windows are closed as it's winter and very cold. My door was closed, so nothing external from the room could have affected it. I just feel alone and terrified every night. Just needed somewhere to vent and maybe connect to others whose experiences might be similar. I woke up yesterday night, soaked in sweat from the heater I'd set up in my bedroom, and went into the bathroom. I stuck my face under the water in the sink and heard an odd tapping noise coming from behind the mirror, thinking it was a mouse chilling in the walls, as I don't live in the best place, and the mice ought to be paying rent at this point. I didn't think much of it and dried my face off on a hand towel going back to bed. Whether it was the noise behind the mirror or just the feeling like I was being watched after that, I couldn't sleep. Either way, I assumed it was the mirror and went to the mirror to further investigate. After thoroughly inspecting the mirror itself, I pressed my ear to the wall and heard the wildest noise. Faint whispering. I couldn't make out a single word of it, but it was incredibly distinctive. Sounded just garbled, like the person who was talking's mouth was full of spit. I stepped back and rightly freaked out, banging on the wall next to the mirror and asking who was in there. In response, however, much to my surprise, I got several other bangs back, the mirror shaking with the force of them. In turn, I ran out of the bathroom and into the living room, grabbing my phone and wallet before hearing another series of knocks on the wall in the living room and one clear muffled yell of a sentence, "Please stop." I regretfully nearly shit my pants and yelled at it to leave me alone, running out the front door and down the sidewalk over to my neighbor's house, banging on his door and telling him that I had found another spider's nest under my bed, which has happened before, and he let me in, letting me sleep on his couch. I've never been more scared in my life, and I'm really not sure what to do now. Selling the house and living at my friend's house, who I'm staying with now, until I find a new place is the current plan, but I'm not really sure. I feel like an idiot and a coward running from whatever happened, and assuming it was some kind of inhuman entity harassing me for the hell of it. But I don't know what could have caused something that felt so real. I would still have to go back and pack up my stuff if I did go, and I've lived in that house comfortably for 2 weeks with no problems like this. So I'm not sure if I'm ready to leave that all behind because of one little incident like this that could have just been some sort of surreal nightmare. Living alone in my apartment for the first time, I was walking out to my car to attend an evening church service. I hear this guy saying, "Hey, hello, can you help me?" I'm standing about 10 feet away, and when I stop to observe, it's this man in a wheelchair. He has one sack of groceries in his lap, and 2 on the ground beside him. He had on what looked like veteran attire and combat boots. But what stood out to me the most is I noticed how incredibly built and buff he was. Not just his arms, but his calves. The hairs on my arms and neck instantly stood up. I guess while silently observing him, he was waiting for me to walk up to him. I took a few steps back and shook my head no. His immediate response was, "I'm not going to do anything to you. Can't you see him in a wheelchair?" He then pointed to his door and said, "Look, I just need help putting the bags inside my door on the floor. That's all." I declined politely and began to walk away. The screaming, cursing, and insults were what made me basically run to my car. Safe in my car with the doors locked, I couldn't shake that awful feeling off of me. Fast forward to a couple of days later as I'm driving down the street headed home. Who do I see walking without a limp, cane, or with any visible disability? My heart simply dropped. I stayed in my apartment for a week and had a male friend walk me to my car when I got off of work, because I was too scared to be by myself in case of any more encounters. To this day, this strange encounter haunts me. I've experienced the same prowler on my property 7 times. I've called the police every time. I've seen him 3 times. He's tall, dressed in dark clothing, and wears a ski mask. His MO is to make his presence known by throwing rocks on the roof and looking in windows wearing a ski mask. Most incidences have occurred on the weekend between 10 p.m. and 1 a.m., with the exception of a Thursday around 6 p.m. The first time I saw him was in my sliding glass door in the back of the house. He unscrewed an outdoor floodlight, didn't run away when spotted or yelled at through the windows. On one occasion, he returned after I called the police and they had left the property. I called the police again and they were able to track his footsteps around my home. including walking on an adobe wall. The police believe it's a neighbor that retreats to a hiding spot, probably around the open space and informal trail behind my house, or runs back to his home to hide and return later. The first incident occurred in December. However, I think he has been stalking my home since the end of November. The most recent incident was several weeks ago. The prowler returned. I heard thuds on the roof around 12 a.m. and called 911. This morning I found rocks on the roof, around 20 of them. This is the 8th incident I'm aware of. I dismissed loud thuds on the roof and unusual sounds coming from around the house early on. I've implemented security measures, including installing a surveillance system and acquiring firearms. The security cameras do not seem to scare him off. He has avoided them or allowed himself to be partially seen hiding behind bushes and trees. I'm concerned his behavior will escalate. I hope it doesn't come to a confrontation, but it's possible. I was in my late teens to early 20s when this happened. My boyfriend at the time had been flagged down by our neighbor at the top of our street because he would drive fast down the road sometimes. The man freaked out at him one day, and from then on the neighbor didn't like us. I agree with the lead foot, but he was rather rude about the whole interaction. From then on, we kept to ourselves and ignored this guy because of his aggressive and weird vibe. One night, 2 of our friends came over, and they asked if we wanted to walk over to the airfield/golf course area near our house, and we agreed. I was feeling ill all day with a horrible stomach ache, and after about an hour of hanging around, I asked if we could all as a group please go back to the house. They were hesitant because the night was young to them, but agreed. We get to the top of my street, and I feel my stomach churning, and I tell our friends to meet us at the house while my boyfriend helped me. They walked ahead. At this point, we're in front of that neighbor's house across the street. I start violently puking in the bushes, trying to catch my breath. My boyfriend is aiding me and patting my back and rubbing in circles. I noticed he stopped. He freezes and very quietly says, "Let's go. Come on, right now." I instantly shudder because of his tone drop. I'm still throwing up at this point, so it's a bit difficult for me to think about walking. I think I said something like, "I can't, just wait for me." He quietly says through his teeth in a slight panic, "Now." At this point, I'm terrified. I start walking with him and he says, "Walk normally, stay at my pace. I'll tell you when we get to the house." Apparently, that neighbor was creeping around near us when I was sick on the road. It was after midnight at this point. He said that he saw him outside in the dark in his driveway and didn't think we noticed him. But my boyfriend said he saw this man crouch and walk around his cars in the driveway watching us. That's it, just watching. The crouching and hiding is what freaked me out. The man was already off and just weird. The whole thing weirds me out to this day. Like many young girls, I had aspirations of becoming a dancer when I was a teenager and loved nothing more than going to ballet class. This involved a bus journey from my home in Blaine to downtown Minneapolis, a 15-mile trip which was a good half-hour ride. On one particular evening, having finished class at the dance academy and enjoying a coffee with a friend, I spotted a strange-looking guy outside the bar staring right at me. It was such a warm evening, yet he dressed in a heavy blue and white hooded sweatshirt. He was tall and lean, with long hair spilling out from under the hood. His lips were so thin it appeared he had no mouth at all, but his eyes were huge and dark, and his stare made me very uneasy. My friend saw him too, but just laughed, rolled her eyes and said, "Kimmy, he's just some weirdo eyeing you up. Ignore him and he'll go away. Crazy hippie college student, I bet." The last bus home was just before dusk. I boarded and sat down near the back as I always did. A couple of minutes later, I was surprised to see the same odd-looking guy sitting in the aisle across from me. The bus was nearly empty, but I hadn't seen him embark. I was a shy teenager, yet felt compelled to turn and look at him. I caught his gaze, and not knowing what else to do, I gave a polite half-smile. He simply stared at me with those huge empty dark eyes, which made me feel so uncomfortable as they were totally devoid of emotion. He began to grunt some odd phrases. I couldn't understand everything, but one thing that stood out for sure was, "You afraid of the big bad wolf?" I shivered inside and prayed to get home fast. This guy was clearly nuts. For the next 20 minutes or so, I kept my head down and tried my best to ignore his mumblings. I was mighty thankful when he stood up to disembark about 10 minutes before my own stop. As he moved down the aisle to exit, I heard him repeat the phrase, "You afraid of the big bad wolf, little miss?" Then he looked back at me, laughed loudly, and said, "Because you should be." Relieved but shaken, I got off some 4 miles further down the road. As the bus didn't stop directly on my street, I always took a shortcut through a small wooded area which led to a trailer park, across a field, and then to my home. It was getting pretty dark by now, but I never worried. I knew a lot of my neighbors in the area, and it was always a relatively calm and peaceful zone. However, as I walked along the footpath, I heard a noise behind me, like a dead branch cracking underfoot. I turned my head and was absolutely horrified to see the same tall, lanky guy who got off the bus a few miles away. He was a fair distance from me, but I recognized immediately his blue and white hoodie, and in spite of the fading light, I could see his large hollow eyes. He was following me, but how the heck did he get there so fast? I had seen him disembark, yet here he was, close behind me on my own patch. My heart started to pound in my chest as he began to make some bizarre howling noises mimicking a wolf. What the heck did this person want with me? I began to imagine all sorts of scenarios. Was he a phantom? Did he have teleportation powers? A murderer? Oh, please let me make it to my front door, I thought in panic. I began to run, and as I did so, glanced back over my shoulder. The stranger had also started to quicken his pace. Adrenaline shot through my veins. Luckily for me, that woodland was quite boggy. As I turned around for a final time, I saw he had tripped, fallen in the mud, and was having some difficulty getting back on his feet. I simply carried on running and didn't look back. I had never been so thankful to reach home and remember the relief I felt as I shut the door firmly behind me. When I finally dared to look out the window, some half an hour later, I saw the same man. He was wandering up and down the street aimlessly, gazing into the windows of various homes. Eventually, he simply meandered off into the darkness. I slept uneasily with my eyes open that night, and asked a couple of my neighbors the next morning if they had seen the stranger. They hadn't. Though many years have now passed, it remains a total mystery to me to this day. Who was that sinister guy? I have absolutely no idea how he could have gotten off the bus a few miles before me, yet still managed to follow me from my own stop. I will be forever thankful that he never caught up with me that evening, and luckily our paths never crossed again. Two weeks ago, I was home alone for the night. My husband had taken the girls to a cheer competition and had given me the weekend off. It was just me and our female German Shepherd, Igraine. I know that's a weird name, but it was the name of King Arthur's mother. My husband is a bit of a fantasy nerd. It was getting late, and I just finished dinner when I decided to go take a bottle of wine upstairs and take a bath. Candles, bath bomb, a good book, the whole deal to have a night of relaxation. Must have been in there for a good half an hour when I heard Igraine downstairs start to bark. Not a bark like she wanted to go out, but snarling, growling, going crazy kind of bark. It scared the shit out of me, honestly. I had only heard her do that once before, and that was when a friend of the family she didn't know came up and talked to my daughters by the front fence. I immediately got out of the bath, threw on my robe, and went downstairs to see what was going on. Igraine was at the front door, the fur on her back raised. Other than that, I couldn't see anything wrong. I opened the door to see if anyone was outside, and no one was there. Some cars passed by, but that was it. I live in a good neighborhood, so thought nothing of it. Figured maybe someone or even another dog had walked by and she heard it, so she started barking. Closed the door and went back upstairs to finish my bath. I couldn't have been in there more than 15 minutes when I heard Igraine come tearing up the stairs and barking at my bedroom door. I got out of the tub again and wrapped a towel around me. My relaxation time seemed to be over, and I thought maybe Igraine was just lonely or bored. Just opened the bathroom door that connects to the master bedroom when one of the bedroom windows was smashed in. I screamed at the top of my lungs and ran to let Igraine into the room. She burst through the door and ran straight to the window. I grabbed my phone and called the police. Next I heard a loud thud and a man scream in pain. I should mention that the bedroom window that was smashed was right over the back porch roof. It's a covered wraparound porch, so whoever broke in had somehow climbed up on top of it. I didn't even look out the window to see what happened. I called Igraine to me and we ran downstairs and locked ourselves in the laundry room. The walls are solid concrete and there are no windows in it, so I felt safer there. The cops were there in 10 minutes, and I stayed on with the dispatcher the whole time. I only left the laundry room once they showed up. I gave my statement in a towel, and a couple of the other officers searched the surrounding neighborhood but didn't find anything. They even said they'd look into the local hospitals to see if anyone came in with a broken leg or whatever since the guy had fallen. They figured he climbed up the decorative pillars that are on the wraparound roof. Igraine must have scared him and he slipped or jumped to get off in a hurry. They never did find him. My husband came back later the next day and has since installed lights and cameras around the house. Thank God for Igraine, though. That man seemed intent on getting into the house even though he had most likely heard her barking downstairs. I don't want to imagine what he was going to do if he had gotten in. Igraine is not only a good dog, as far as I'm concerned, she's the best dog. Yes, she got extra treats and slept in my bed that night. This happened 5 days after my 16th birthday. I'm 32 now. Even though this was a long time ago, I'll never forget it. My friend and I were walking home from the store. My mom worked a swing shift, so she wasn't around in the evening. I also hadn't gotten my license yet. Even if I had it, we couldn't afford a second car anyways. It was winter, and even though it was only 6 at night, the sky was dark already. It was also very cold out. I remember wearing my jacket, gloves, a hat, even thermal underwear, and I was still cold. Anyways, we were walking the 6 blocks back to my place when a car stops and rolled down its window. I never got a good look at the guy in the car because he didn't turn on any lights, and the streetlights on that road were all burnt out. I remember he had a soft-spoken, almost effeminate voice. He asked us for directions somewhere else in town. The place was on the other side of town. I don't know what he was doing where he was because he was incredibly far off from where he wanted to go. We told him how to get there, and then he started asking where we lived, how long we had lived there, and other personal things. It started to make me nervous, so we told him we had to go. He asked if we wanted to ride back to our place. Fortunately, we hadn't told him exactly where I lived, just that it was nearby. We told him no. The guy kept insisting, but we walked away. The car sat there watching us walk halfway down the street. There was a shortcut through an alley we were going to take, so the guy wouldn't see which roads we were taking, but before we could get to it, we heard the engine rev behind us. It was a whirlwind of headlights, concrete, and screaming, but my friend and I jumped out of the way before the guy in the car could run us over. We were up and running for the alley before the guy even got out of his car. We heard him yelling at us to come back, that he was sorry and he wanted to talk. We never looked back and hoofed it to my house. Both my friend and I had scrapes and cuts on our hands from the ice and concrete. I had a bump on my head where I must have hit the sidewalk. I didn't feel any pain until we were back home, though. It was the weirdest and scariest thing to ever happen to me. We never called the police because we were young and dumb. Didn't even tell my mom when she got home, because I didn't want her to worry about me going out again. I have no clue what that guy was about or what he wanted. I can only assume the worst since he tried to kill us, or at least tried to injure us so he could grab us or something. My wife, kids, and I live 30 miles or so outside of town on 100 acres. The house sits a half-mile off the main road. My wife wanted the works for security when we got the place, so I did a gate, driveway doorbell past the gate, cameras at the gate and at the house, alarm system, 2 new puppies, you name it. I've always lived way out my whole life, so I'm used to the hog squeals, coyote screams, deer huffing, all that jazz. One night around 2 a.m., I heard a loud shatter, and instantly it was covered by the alarm siren for the house. The main keypad is in our bedroom, and I looked to see the glass break sensor in our son's bedroom had tripped. I was thinking the worst, grabbed a shotgun kept for rattlesnakes, and ran to his bedroom hollering for the wife to grab our youngest from his crib just in case. I heard my oldest son screaming. I was shaking so violently I could barely turn the doorknob. My adrenaline flight response had completely taken over. I throw the door open, let out a war cry trying to intimidate a would-be intruder, and my son is clinging to the crib rails and glasses all over the floor. I can just feel the cold winter air snapping through the room. I shut his bedroom door behind me, grabbed him up, and frantically checked the bathroom, his closet, anywhere in the area I thought the intruder would be. I yell for my wife again. Living this far out, we have a system if someone is ever in the house, and one of us knows, but we don't want to alert the intruder. She gives a response indicating she's alone still and okay. I took my son to my wife and hand her the shotgun, telling her I'd grab the rifle and check around outside. I grab a flashlight and my rifle. I scan the entire house. I walk outside and hit the auto lock on the deadbolt. I quickly made my way around to the backside of the house to the busted window. My adrenaline has started to come down a bit, and I'm logically telling myself it had to be a deer, right? Saw his reflection buck the window broke. That's gotta be it. I checked high and low all around the house and never found any indication of what it was. I checked the cameras and couldn't find anything around the house at that time either. I couldn't sleep the rest of the night. It took a few weeks for me to let my son sleep in his own bedroom again. I'm positive it was just a deer attacking his reflection, but I've always wondered if someone broke the window and heard the siren and immediately ran. Now there was a blind spot watching that particular window. I've installed more cameras since the incident, and I have ones that point down each side of the house just to watch the windows and entrances. Motion sensing floodlights on all 4 corners, and my favorite, one of our pups sleeps right beside his bed every night. I was 18 at the time when this happened. Had just moved out of my house and got a place with some roommates. One of them was a friend. The other was a friend of the friend that I didn't really know. We rented a house on the bad side of town because it was all we could afford. The town I lived in back then was only about 100,000 people. Not huge, but not small either. Still, it was pretty safe, so the bad side of town wasn't that bad. But there was a drug problem in the town, and we lived on the outskirts of where all the tweakers were. A few months go by, and all was fine. We made sure the doors were locked every night and hadn't had a problem. Now I know my friend had a job, and I had a job as well, but the other guy never seemed to leave for work. Of course, I talked to him a lot and had gotten to know him pretty well, but he was always in the house in regular clothes, woke up late, and didn't seem to be doing too much. He had rent every month, so I didn't press him about anything. It was 5 months in, and I'd gotten back late from my fast food job I had back then. I was on the back porch having a cigarette when a really skinny guy in a tore-up hoodie came in through the back gate. He walked right up to the house like he didn't even notice I was there. I was kind of stunned actually and didn't say anything until he was almost to the house. I asked him what he was doing and he kind of snapped back to reality. He asked if my friend's friend was in. We'll call him John for now. So he asked if John was in. I hollered for John to come out. When John saw him, he looked pissed. He took him to the back gate, and even though I couldn't make out what was being said, it looked like John was berating him. The skinny guy stood there with his head down, and John was laying into him pretty hard. The skinny guy left, and I asked John what that was about, and he just said nothing, then went inside. A few minutes later, I heard John take off in his car. Fast forward to a week after that, and I was in my room. My room was right next to John's, by the way, and I heard a tap on my window. I opened my blinds to see a girl this time, really skinny, and she had red marks all over her face. She saw me and ran out of the yard. Now, I'm not dumb, maybe a little naive, but not dumb. I put 2 and 2 together and figured John was somehow involved in meth. I wasn't straight edge back then either, and I liked to party a bit, but to have that stuff around the house was too much for me. I went and talked to John, and he was actually pretty cool about it, although looking back, I think he was more brushing me off when he said he'd take care of it. Now that all the backstory is out of the way, I'll tell you the part that was scary. I was on the back porch again one night having a cigarette. This time, a couple of guys came in the backyard and right up to the house. I hadn't seen John in a couple of days, and I told them that, figuring they were there to get drugs or whatever. It was true, though, that John had been gone for about 2 days at that point, which wasn't unusual as he sometimes did that and crashed at his girlfriend's place. These 2 guys weren't skinny, though. In fact, they were pretty big. Me telling them John wasn't there didn't stop them either. They pushed me out of the way and went into the house. I'm not a tough guy by any means and wasn't about to mess with them. They went in and asked which room was John's, so I told them. They went straight for his room and started to toss the place. They tore apart his dresser, ripped open his bed, and searched his closet. I guess they found what they were looking for because they soon were on their way out again. One of them stopped on the way out and turned to me. He told me to tell John to pay on time next time, or it'll be more than just a visit. Then he punched a wall in the drywall by my head. My friend later said he had his headphones on listening to music and hadn't heard anything. I think he was more scared and hid in his room because there was no way you could not hear them tearing John's room apart. Anyways, that was 10 months into our lease, and 2 months later I was back with my parents for a while. Ended up going back to college the year after, and I think that was a smart decision. I wasn't going to be living with those 2 anymore, that's for sure. "5 years ago, my buddy and I, both newly divorced, didn't feel like celebrating anything. So on New Year's Eve, we went up to my hunting cabin to get blind stinking drunk where no one could bother us. The cabin is probably what you imagine when thinking of a hunting cabin. 1 room, a few beds with a small kitchen, and a bathroom where men can sleep before going out the next day. Nothing fancy at all. We took 2 cases of Bud Light and a 5th of some cheap whiskey to either drown our problems or die trying. Got out there about 6 in the evening, fried up some steaks and began to drink. 2 hours later, while really only getting warmed up, we hear a loud cry come from the woods. I've been out on that land since I was a kid. My dad owned it before me and left it to me when he passed away. I know all the wildlife, have heard all their calls, seen everything out there that there is to see, and I have never heard anything like that before in my life. It was a mix of someone screaming in pain and anger, but too deep to be human. My buddy and I look at each other mid-drink. Neither of us could explain what that sound was. We sat there listening for anything else, but nothing happened, so we went back to drinking. Another shot, and a half hour later, we hear another cry, only this time it was much closer. It wasn't as loud as the last one sounded, but we could hear it better. My dad's old 30-30 was locked up under one of the bunks, so I went and got it, but the bullets were out in the truck. My friend and I went out to get them, but once outside, we heard a low growling coming from the left side of the cabin. After hearing that, neither of us wanted to go get the ammo, and we went back in and locked the door. I've heard mountain lion and bobcat growls before. I've even been stalked by a mountain lion once and got away by scaring it off. This was not that. I'm not sure what it was, and I can't even really describe it except for a growl. I can tell you we didn't drink for the rest of the night. We sat in the cabin for a bit, probably 2 hours, watching the door to make sure nothing tried to get in. After that, we tried again to get the ammo from the truck, and did so without incident. We took turns sleeping that night. When we went out the next morning, we looked around the cabin in the daylight and found tracks I had never seen before. The best I can describe them is that they looked like large human hands, with webbing in between the toes or fingers. Not sure what they were because they were long and thin. My friend and I didn't have our phones or anything to take pictures because, like I said, the plan was to get drunk without being bothered. The best I can do is describe what I saw. No idea what it was and never heard or seen anything like it again out there since I've been back more than a few times to my cabin. It was the oddest thing, and it was enough to scare 2 seasoned hunters half to death. A couple of years ago, my wife and I rented a cabin out in the woods for a quiet New Year's getaway. We spent a couple of days out there doing some snowmobiling and snowshoeing. It was a little 2-room cabin, nice and quiet. There was a living room area and a kitchen off of that, and then a bedroom with a bathroom attached to it. The cabin itself was 2 miles outside of a small town on the back portion of the owner's 15 acres. We went to a little event the town had to ring in the new year, and were back at the cabin by 1 in the morning. We fell right to sleep that night, but were woken up around 3 in the morning to a loud crashing sound. Someone was in the cabin with us. I heard footsteps that made it sound like at least 2 people were in there with us. The chair in the kitchen was knocked over, and then another loud bang as the front door slammed closed. My wife and I looked at each other like, what the hell was that? Then I grabbed my phone and called 911. It sounded like we were alone again, so I went out to the living room area to see what had happened. The front door had been knocked in but was still on its hinges. My jacket, my wife's jacket, and her purse had been stolen. My jacket had my wallet in it too. The sheriff showed up about 45 minutes later and took our statements. There were tracks in the snow leading back towards the edge of the property. The sheriff followed them as far as he could. They went through a wooded area back there, then ended at a street about a mile back where he lost the trail. No one was ever caught for the robbery. I don't know what the owner of the cabin did, if anything, to prevent something like that happening again. Last time I looked, he was still renting it out. I'm glad it was only a robbery. I canceled all the cards in our wallet, so the thieves only got about $100. Still, it was a scary experience, knowing someone came in while we were sleeping. When I was 17, my parents let me go with my church youth group to a New Year's Eve retreat at a lodge in northern Montana. There were 14 of us, 9 boys and 5 girls. Of course, we slept in different parts of the cabin and the chaperones kept a close watch on us. But during the day, before it got dark, they let us walk around the woods by ourselves unsupervised. The temperature was in the low teens, so they probably figured if we tried anything, we'd get frostbite. Not that any of us girls would have fooled around with those boys anyways. They were very immature. We were walking around some trails behind the lodge. The boys were up front being loud and dumb, and the girls were in the back talking and catching up on what had happened over Christmas. Us girls weren't really paying attention to where we were going, but kind of followed the boys, and soon we realized we were off the trails. One of the boys yelled for everyone to come and look at what he had found. We all ran up to see because he sounded pretty excited, and all the other guys were already there, huddled around something and just mumbling cool to themselves. It was gross what we saw when we got there. It was a bunch of animal bones, and a little further off was a half-eaten deer. All the girls wanted to leave as soon as we saw it, but we weren't sure which way we had came. The boys refused to leave and kept looking around the area talking about wanting to find tracks. Next thing, one of the girls, Nancy, jumped and screamed, scaring me half to death. She said she saw something big in the woods and wanted to leave right then. Of course, all the boys were asking her what she saw, but she couldn't really say, just that it was big and hairy. Finally, a couple of the boys started thinking straight and convinced the rest that we should go. We hurried out of there, but every once in a while, someone would shout, "There it is," or "I saw something." The whole way back to the lodge, it felt like we were being stalked, and I particularly felt like I was being watched. Once or twice, we even heard the footsteps of something following us. We didn't run because under the snow there was a lot of ice too, since it had snowed, then thawed, then snowed again, so the paths were particularly slippery. I was so relieved when we made it into the cabin. We told one of the chaperones what we had seen, and they said it was most likely a kill from a mountain lion, and the lion probably wasn't too far away. We were lucky we weren't attacked or anything like that. The whole time heading back to the cabin, my mouth was dry and the feeling of anxiety was in the pit of my stomach. Looking back on it, the boys being so loud most likely kept the cougar at bay, so they were good for that at least. Still, a pretty spooky experience in my opinion. Back when I was a kid, my family and I would always go to our cabin from Christmas to the New Year's. It was about 40 miles from a small town. From our house to there was easily a 2-hour drive. The only way there was by driving a major 4-wheel drive out into the mountains off of a dirt road. To say this place was off the grid was an understatement. It had a well with a drainage field, but to use the bathroom we had to use an outhouse. My dad would have to bring fuel for the generator, and lights went off by 8 p.m., and after that we used candles or oil lamps to save on other fuels. Showers had to be kept to 10 minutes because the water heater didn't hold much, and again, we had to save fuel for the generators. Despite the lack of accommodations, the cabin was really nice. It had 2 stories and 4 bedrooms, a large den with a huge fireplace to heat the house, along with another fireplace upstairs in the master bedroom. Soft fur rugs lined the wood floors. The kitchen had a wood stove and oven. I remember Mom making fresh baked bread coming out of the brick oven. The smell and flavor was out of this world. During the day, we would go cross-country skiing, ride snowmobiles, or sled down the hill in the front yard. There was a clearing from the house to the woods about 100 yards in all directions, so plenty of space to have fun. There were also a lot of trails that my dad had cut through the woods to explore. Some of the best days of my life were spent up in that cabin, But there's one day that was also the most frightening. I was 15 years old, and as usual, we went up to the cabin for 2 weeks in the winter. For Christmas, my dad cut down the biggest tree that could fit in the cabin. Mom made food that made my mouth water, and Dad cooked his special cookies. It was the day after Christmas, and we were out doing some Nordic skiing. While out there, my dad found some prints in the snow he couldn't figure out. They looked like wolf or dog prints, but they were much too big to be either of those. Dad wore a size 12 shoe, and these prints were nearly as big as his. This was the only time I'd ever seen my dad get nervous. He started looking around the woods, and even followed the tracks for a bit, but didn't wander far so as to not leave my mom and myself alone. That night was unusually quiet. Normally, coyotes howl and owls hoot, but this night there wasn't a peep. This went on for 6 days until New Year's Eve. During that time, when we went out, we would find these huge tracks all over the place, until finally on New Year's Eve day, we noticed them up near the cabin. On New Year's Eve, we had our usual celebration. We played games and cards until midnight, when my dad would let me go out and fire off some fireworks. Normally, he would join me out there lighting them off, but this year he stayed on the porch with his rifle in his hand, like he was a guard at a jail or something. Mom was already getting ready for bed, and I shot off all the fireworks we had brought. After that, my dad told me to get to bed so we could leave early the next morning. I was in bed by 1, but I was having trouble sleeping. I think it was how weird my parents had been the last couple of days that had really got my mind thinking about what could have had them so spooked. My dad said he was worried about wolves being in the area since they had been reintroduced about a decade earlier and their packs had grown large. That kinda made sense, but didn't explain why he had been watching me like a jail warden that night. I tossed and turned for another hour when I started to hear faint scratching on the walls. 3 of the bedrooms in the cabin were downstairs. The master bedroom, a library, and the shower room were upstairs. So I was downstairs and heard this scratching. It started from the back of the cabin, and I could hear it moving towards me. The bed in this room was on the far wall, and across from me was the window. I remember the night was bright outside. The moon wasn't out, but the stars were so bright I could see the outline of the trees. The window was about 4 feet from the floor, so a decent ways up the wall. I laid there looking intently out the window, wondering what was making the noise and if I would see it when it went past the window. I mean, it clearly wasn't a tree branch. The trees were far from the cabin. Nothing came to mind as to what could be making the noise, and my imagination came up with all sorts of scenarios, from aliens to demons that could be out in those woods. The scratching would stop for a second, and then pick up again even closer to my room, when finally I saw what looked like the top of a dog's head come across my window. It stopped for a bit, and I could distinctly hear the sound of sniffing by my window. There was no way there was a 4-foot-tall wolf out in front of my window, so I couldn't figure out what it was. Then I saw the head start to lift up, and red eyes were staring at me. I laid perfectly still, too scared to even breathe, while this thing just looked at me. It must have stood the rest of the way up, because next its head was above my window, and I was looking at its chest. If I had to guess, I'd say this thing was well over 6 feet tall. The creature moved on silently after that, but in a few minutes, I heard it going up the stairs at the front of the cabin. The front door did have a deadbolt on it, which my dad always locked. He got the cabin 2 years before I was born, and said that on the second year when he went to check on the place, he found someone had entered it and trashed it. Ever since then, he always makes sure it's locked, even when we're staying there. This night, I was glad that was the case. The house was dead quiet, and I clearly heard someone try the doorknob. My heart was absolutely pounding out of my chest at this point. But then, I heard my dad come running down the stairs at the noise of the front door being tried. I heard him rack around in his bolt-action 308. I jumped out of bed and screamed for him not to go outside. I was afraid of the size of the creature I had seen and didn't want it to hurt my dad. He asked me why he shouldn't go out there, but I couldn't tell him. I knew how crazy it would have sounded and he probably wouldn't have believed me. So I simply told him I was scared because I had heard something too. He stood there for a moment in nothing but his long johns, and he must have seen the fear in my face, because instead of going outside, he came over and gave me a hug. He said everything would be all right, but he had to go out and take a quick look. So he went to the front door and opened it up, only poking his head out and looking around. He came back in pretty quickly and declared that there was nothing out there and it must have been the wind or something. He went upstairs and went back to bed. I stayed up for another hour, trying to calm down. Finally, I closed the blinds at my window and was able to fall into an uneasy sleep. Every sound and creak of the house woke me right up that night. The next day, after we had packed the car, my dad walked around the cabin to make sure nothing was left behind. I went with him, and on the wall by my bedroom, all the way to the back bedroom, we found a deep single scratch mark, almost the entire length of the cabin. He couldn't figure out what had made the mark, but I knew, and I never did tell him. One year, I wanted to really impress my girlfriend, now wife, so I decided to rent a cabin up on a ski hill for New Year's. It was kind of a package deal. We got the cabin, there was a party at the ski lodge. We also got a dinner and a bottle of champagne to celebrate. We got up there early and hit the slopes, got in a couple of hours of skiing before we went and got ready for the party. It was actually a pretty nice party with a DJ and a large group of young 20-somethings like ourselves there. We were drinking and mingling and got a few dances on the dance floor. There was another couple there that we didn't know, but everyone could hear them fighting until a guy got up and threw his drink in the girl's face and stormed off. The girl got up and ran off crying into the bathroom. My girlfriend went and followed her in. Half an hour later, they come out, and girlfriend introduces me to her and asks if it was okay if she hung out with us until midnight since her boyfriend had ran off. I kind of wanted it to just be me and my girl, but this other girl looked so sad and depressed that I said yes. We had a couple of drinks and talked over the loud music. The new girl seemed pretty nice and normal. We didn't ask about her boyfriend, but her and my girl went and danced a bit while I stayed at the bar. Midnight rolled around and we popped the bottle of champagne that went pretty fast, and soon it was time to call it a night. We walked her back to her hotel room. Her boyfriend still hadn't showed up, so we figured he must have left. We walked her to her door. She thanked us and said we were sweet for letting her have a happy New Year's, and we left. Our cabin was further down the road, but to get there, we had to pass by the back of the hotel room where the other girl was staying. We looked up to the second floor and could see her room with the light on. Next thing we know, we see her and who we assume was her boyfriend walk in front of the sliding glass door that led to the balcony. They were clearly fighting. We stopped and watched for a second, just kind of like, what the hell? When we see the guy deck the girl across the face. She must have tried to pull out her cell phone because we see him knock it from her hand, and it crashed into the glass door, cracking it. I bolted to go up to her room, and my girl was on her cell phone calling the hotel to report the abuse. By the time I get up there, two of the hotel staff are a bit down the hall, and a guy runs from the room out to the exit for the stairs. The hotel staff followed the guy, and I went to the girl's room. She was sitting on the bed with a bloody nose and a black eye. My now wife comes in not a minute later and hugs her. They both start crying and my wife consoles her. The police are there an hour later and take her statement and our statement. They end up taking her to her parents' house to be with family, and her and my wife exchanged phone numbers. Long story short, we end up testifying at the court case since we witnessed the attack from the street. The guy gets 6 months for domestic abuse, which in my opinion was too short. My wife and the other girl are still friends to this day, and she was even a bridesmaid at our wedding. This happened back in 2019, so not that long ago. My friends and I all live in a small town, and we're pretty much just a bunch of crazy 20-somethings that like to party. None of us have gone to college. We all graduated high school and started working at the lumberyard in town, so we actually make good money and have very little debt. That's not really that important, but it's how we fund our get-togethers, and should kind of explain how wild they can get. We all went out to the woods, to a lodge we had rented for New Year's Eve, to have a bonfire and get smashed. There were 20 of us. I'm not going to list them all, but my best friend Jerry and my girlfriend Chanel were there, and the story pretty much revolves around the 3 of us. It was a wild time. There was a keg out there and so much liquor, I don't even know. Some people had passed out in the snow before midnight even hit. Well, the party was crazy. We all drank too much, and when midnight happened, we set off some fireworks. It was a couple hours after midnight. Jerry, Chanel, and myself, along with some other people, maybe 8 or so, had reserved some rooms to stay the night out there. Most everyone else had gone home by now. Chanel and I crawled into our bed, and Jerry went to take a piss. The bathroom must have been occupied because he knocked on the door and said he was going outside for a bit. Chanel and I started making out a bit, but I was too drunk and Jerry was going to be back soon, so I kind of started to doze off. Next thing I know, I'm snapped out of my stupor by Jerry screaming bloody murder at the top of his lungs. For a second, I thought maybe he had fallen in the dying fire or something, so I jumped up to check on him. When I got outside, I couldn't find him. He was gone. Now, we were in a pretty large field in the woods. He would have been stupid to walk all the way into the trees that were about a football field lengths away. I got out my flashlight and started to try and find his prints. Sure enough, it looked like the dummy had gone to the trees, but as I was following the tracks, they started to look like he was running. I even saw a spot where he had clearly fell and gotten back up, only to continue into the trees. About 4 or 5 other people had come out of the lodge at this point to see what the yelling was about, and started to help to look for him too. We followed his tracks deep into the woods, calling his name as we went. Most of us were kinda sober by now from the shock of the yell, time, and the cold, but we still weren't thinking clearly and split up to speed up the search. Must have been almost a mile into the woods, still following his tracks, although it was getting harder, because under the trees the snow was thinner, and I'd lose them for a bit, but then find them again later on. Hypothermia was kinda becoming a concern, along with the fact that I had left Chanel back at the cabin. I was kinda worried about what had scared Jerry so bad to run this far, and if it was still back there. So searching for half an hour now, calling out his name to no response. I can still see a couple of lights from the rest of the search party and hear them calling him as well. Then another scream comes from my right. I see the lights on that side of me run towards the sound. I keep looking for Jerry, and so do the people to my left. I didn't know everyone at the party, and the other name I hear being called out I don't recognize. 20 more minutes later, I lose Jerry's prints. We're so deep in the woods now, there is no snow on the ground. I get frantic, yelling, screaming, pleading for Jerry to answer me if he can hear me. Then the woods go quiet. The lights to the left of me are gone. I'm not sure what happened to them at this point. I don't hear anyone else calling for Jerry, and suddenly I feel very alone and scared. It's cold out. My fingers are numb and my feet feel like they're on fire. I didn't know what to do. I was afraid that Jerry might die out there if we didn't find him, but I was also afraid I might die as well if I didn't get back to the cabin. I took a second to think. I was also worried that if I went deeper into the woods, I might get lost, since there wasn't any snow to show my footprints in the path back. I decided that I'd walk until I couldn't see the snow anymore, and then turn around and walk straight back so I didn't get lost. So that's what I did. I walked as far as I could and continued to call for my best friend. I was about to give up, turned around and yelled one last time for Jerry, then stopped to listen. It was almost too quiet to hear, but I could have sworn I heard Jerry weakly say, "Over here." I ran in the direction that I thought I heard the voice come from, and about 20 steps later, I tripped over Jerry laying curled up on the ground. His nose was bright red, he was shivering, and his bare fingers were red as well. I did my best to try and get him to his feet. The dummy hadn't even brought a jacket. He had only been going for a piss, and I guess he didn't think he needed one. I slipped on a pile of frozen puke right by his face, but eventually got him up, and we managed to walk back to the lodge. When we finally got there, it was around 4 in the morning. We had been looking for Jerry for over 2 hours. Most of the other people had left, and Chanel and one other couple were there waiting to see if we got back. All the other cars except my truck and the other couple's truck were gone. Jerry hadn't said a word the whole way back. I figured it was because he was so cold. We climbed into the other couple's truck to warm up, and the other couple and Chanel told me what had happened. The other scream I had heard during the search was another search party. The guys to my right had ran to see why they had screamed. When they found the person that had screamed, they told them they saw something in the woods. They said it was white and very thin. It was walking on all fours for a bit, but after a moment with the light from their flashlights on it, it stood up, looked at them, and ran further off into the woods on 2 feet. They said it was easily over 6 feet tall, kinda looked human but not really, and they didn't know what it was. They also said that when the light reflected off its eyes, it came back pure red. I hadn't taken my phone with me out there, but I guess the group to my left had, and the group on my right had called them and told them to get the hell out of there. Kinda sucks they forgot to get me too, but whatever. When they got back, they all packed their stuff and split. The couple then asked Jerry why he had run into the woods, but he wouldn't answer. They asked if he had seen the same thing too, and all he did was shake his head yes. To this day, he won't talk about what made him run like that. If I ask, he just says, "I don't know, I was drunk," and then changes the subject. Pretty much none of us party in those woods anymore. Honestly, I'm just glad no one got hurt. And that's my story about what happened on New Year's 2019. My dad used to rent this house way out in the middle of nowhere, a good 45 minutes from any town. The closest neighbor was another 15 minutes away. On this property were several enclosures for raising pheasants. These belonged to the property owner, so my dad had no responsibility towards them, other than to notify the owner if he saw anything wrong. He was high school buddies with the owner, so they were on good terms. Well, one morning, he notices something very wrong in the pheasant enclosure furthest from the house, with a good 50 or so birds. Every single one of them had been slaughtered overnight. What was even weirder was that it didn't seem to be an act of predation. None of the birds seemed to have been consumed. Luckily, the owner had cameras, and they got to see what really happened. So sometime in the middle of the night, a man neither one of them recognized had wandered onto the property. He made no attempt to approach the house, but instead crawled under the enclosure's fence and proceeded to catch and stab each pheasant with a knife while wearing a headlamp. They caught the entire event on camera, from him entering the property till he left early in the morning. The police were called out, but nothing ever came of it. My dad was so freaked out from the whole event that he made us stay with our mom for several weeks while he slept in bed with a gun. The property owner tightened up security with new fences and alarms. He even bought some guard dogs. They were very well trained and super friendly, to anyone who'd approached them during the day. Nothing ever happened again on that farm, and the bird-killing psycho was never found. I live in a really rural town. Not so much a town as more a farm spread over many miles, with a town in the middle that consists of a post office, a bar, a gas station, and a general store. I'm not a farmer though. One of the farms had a big house on it that the farmer renovated into apartments. It's an hour to the nearest city, but that's the way I like it. Also, I work from home, so it suits me well. There's 5 people in the building, including myself. An old married couple, 2 older men, and me. All of them are sweet though and very nice. Sometimes the wife of the couple comes down and we have coffee or tea. She's like a second mom to me, really. It's probably not too big of a surprise to say that the place has a mouse problem. We live out in the middle of a wheat field, so it's kind of to be expected. The landlord tries to take care of them and also calls in an exterminator once a year, but they still get in every now and then. So when I heard scratching from the ceiling, that was my first thought. It was the mice in the walls again. Really wasn't too concerned with it at first, but it went on for almost the whole day. When I could still notice it the next day, I figured it must be a pretty bad infestation, so I called the landlord and told him about it. He said he'd contact an exterminator to come and take a look. By the next day, it stopped, and I thought the landlord must have taken care of it, even though I never saw the exterminator, nor got a notice there would be one coming around. But if he didn't have to enter the rooms, I guess that might have been why. The next day after that, the wife comes down for coffee. I should mention there are 2 apartments, upstairs and 2 downstairs. Anyways, she comes down and we have coffee, and I tell her about the scratching in the ceiling. She said she hadn't heard anything, and she hasn't seen an exterminator either, but she's going to call the landlord later that day to tell him about sewer gases coming up the pipes, because her bathroom has a funny smell to it. Later that evening, I begin to smell something funny as well, so I call the landlord so he knows he needs to get a plumber to my place also, and remind him about the exterminator. He says he'll get both out tomorrow to take care of the problems. That's another reason I live where I do. The landlord is always on top of things. The next morning I wake up and there's an ambulance and police lights blaring through my windows. I run outside to see what's happening, and I'm told it's nothing urgent and to go back inside and stay out of the way. As I'm going in, I see some men carrying out a stretcher with a sheet over it, and an obvious body underneath. I was just praying it wasn't my friend's husband. Later, I found out it was the single man that lived upstairs. He was friends with the other man that lived downstairs. The man downstairs hadn't seen his friend in a few days, and decided to go check on him. When the man didn't answer his door, he called emergency services. They found the upstairs man a few feet from his chair and dead. He had been dead for at least 2 days. The smell we had noticed was him decomposing. He had had a stroke in bed and tried to go get to the phone. Somewhere along the way he fell. I don't know how none of us heard him fall, but he was crawling to the chair to try and get himself up. He couldn't yell because of the stroke, and the scratching noises I had heard that I thought were mice were really him dragging himself across the wood floor above me. Ultimately, it wasn't the stroke that got him, but dehydration. When I call him an old man, that's compared to me in my 20s. He was only in his 60s and seemed pretty healthy. Always check on your older friends and neighbors, and encourage them to wear a life alert or something like that. It could really save their lives. Back around 2004-2005, I was leaving a buddy's house headed home. He lived on Lake Ariel in Wayne County. It was a good 15 miles away, so I decided to take back roads to save time and avoid cops. As I crest this mountain road, I see a van off to the side, doors open and lights on. It's well after midnight and no one is on the road. I slowed my car, a 1989 VW ragtop, down to first gear, looking for a person or persons that may be hurt. Not a soul is around and the woods are quiet. The van off the road is not running, but all lights are on and the driver's door is open. I remember thinking, shit, I don't have cell service until the top of the mountain. I gotta call the cops. So I proceed to go towards where I knew I had cell service, maybe going 30 miles an hour tops. I knew this situation was weird, but then it got worse. No more than 3 or so miles away, the brush thinned on the roadside, so you had a better view of what's in the woods. I see movement, so I let off the gas, thinking I don't want to paste a deer. As I let off, this man, soaking in fresh blood, comes from the tree line and into the road. He's so covered in gore I couldn't tell it was a man at first. He stumbled out in front of the car and waved me down. I was in my ragtop, top down of course. He was yelling and grabbing at my door. I dropped into first and took off. Another mile or so I had cell service and called the cops. Dude was obviously hurt, and his grab for my door scared me. There was a wide space on the mountain where I agreed to wait for the cops. They were there in under 10 minutes. While I waited, I put the top up, then locked the car doors. An officer took my statement and he looked over my car with a torch. The guy from the woods left a bloody smear down my door. Another officer found the van, but couldn't locate the guy who came out of the woods. The cops let me go home and said they'd call if they needed anything further. Within a few days, I get a call saying the van was located, and they asked if I could describe the man. They never found him that night, and as far as I know, they never did. Apparently, the van was stolen, and the cops surmised this guy banged himself up and took off in a panic. As far as I know, they never did track him down. To this day, I keep a lookout for a bloody man running out of the woods. I was driving from Tombstone, Arizona, back up to Tucson. I had gone there to do some sightseeing and whatnot. I took the 82, then up the 83 to get onto I-10. It's a bit longer of a drive, but I hadn't been that way before and wanted to see it. It really didn't matter though, because it was getting dark when I left. And by the time I hit the Las Ciénegas Conservation Area, it was already night. Driving along and not a car in sight. Kinda getting tired actually, so I have my music blasting to keep me awake. Out of nowhere, this giant coyote jumps, not runs or walks, but jumps in front of my vehicle. This scares the living piss out of me and I swerve to avoid a collision. As I do, I see it jump out of the way of my car. I have never seen or heard of a coyote jumping, and this thing was big too. Think direwolf size from Game of Thrones, I shit you not. Okay, maybe a bit smaller, but it was much bigger than any coyote I've ever seen in real life or in pictures. The way it jumped didn't look natural either. It kinda sat on its back legs and jumped almost like it was on 2 feet. I didn't stop to get a second look at it. Seriously, I think that thing would have torn my car in half if I had. I sped up and made it home as soon as I could. I wouldn't say it was a dogman, because it didn't match any of those descriptions that I've heard. Not sure if it was a skinwalker or what it was. All I know is that it scared me. I live in a city now, but when I was a kid, I lived with my grandma in a very rural area of Florida that was known for being a dumping ground for murder victims. I never actually found a body while playing in the woods, but I did find a woman leaning over a creek in a dirty white dress at around 6 p.m., right as the sun was setting. I heard her faint sobbing in the distance and went to investigate. When I climbed over the embankment at the edge of the creek and finally saw her, she almost immediately started screaming at the top of her lungs, just staring into the water. Obviously, I wasn't a scaredy cat. I was a brave 12-year-old, So naturally, I instantly shit my pants and ran away. Still have no idea what that woman was doing, but that area was also known for having meth labs hidden in the woods. So that probably explains some of the strange people I met playing in that area. The place where I live, I don't know if you'd even call it a small town. It's more like a housing development in the middle of nowhere. There's a bunch of them all around too, and some proper small towns. It's 3 hours to anything resembling a city. I do most of my shopping on Amazon and have the packages delivered to the post office a half hour away, if that gives you some idea of how remote this place is. In fact, I live on the outskirts of a housing development, and my nearest neighbor is a mile away. My backyard is all woods, and so is my front yard. It's a half-mile to the road from my house. Despite the isolation, my wife and I love it here. There's usually some kind of get-together going on during the weekends in one of the small towns around, so that does give us a bit of socialization at least. There's also some weirdos we meet there as well. About 6 months ago, at the beginning of spring, one of the small towns had a show and shine. For those that don't know what that is, it's where car enthusiasts polish their show cars and then park them, usually on the main street, and people come and check out all the classic cars. We got there at 10 in the morning, and there was a pretty good crowd, probably everyone doing what they can to get out of the house after winter and lockdown. I'd say 500 people easily were there, all looking at the sweet cars. Come noon and we go to the bar to get a drink and something to eat. Halfway through our meal and my wife tells me there's a guy across the room staring at her, and it's making her feel awkward. I take a look and he seems harmless enough. I tell her he's probably been cooped up and hasn't seen a pretty girl in a while. We finish our meal and head back out to look at some of the local artisans that set up booths to show their wares. Not even 20 minutes later, I noticed the same guy from the bar on the other side of the street. When he sees that I noticed him, he ducks into one of the shops along the road. I see him 1 or 2 more times and finally tell my wife I'm going over there to talk to him. She tells me not to. She's tired and wants to go home, so we leave. A week later, it's nighttime, and my wife is getting out of the shower. I'm over in the den, and I hear her scream at the top of her lungs in terror. I run to her and find her on the floor with a towel wrapped around her. She looks absolutely terrified and white as a ghost. I'm kinda stunned to see her collapsed, and I take a second as my brain processes what could have caused her to be so frightened. She points to the window and blurts out, "A man! There was a man outside." We have drapes on the windows, but we always forget to shut them. I mean, we're in the middle of the woods. Who are we afraid of looking into the house? Bigfoot? So anyone who was outside would have had a clear view of my wife getting out of the shower. Anyways, I grab a flashlight, my gun, and call my German Shepherd Dolly to come with me. I bust out the door, pissed as hell that someone would be snooping on my wife. Without even thinking, I let Dolly go. She's a trained attack dog my wife likes to have around for when I have to leave, and she bolts off around to the back of the house. I follow behind her. She stops at a tree and starts sniffing like mad for a few seconds, and then takes off deeper into the woods with a scent in her nose. There's an old service road about 2 miles behind my place that no one really uses anymore. It does connect to a main road, but driving down it is like a washboard, and it's not kept up anymore. We get to this road, and I see the taillights of a vehicle way down it, so I fire a shot into the air, so they know that I saw them and mean business if they ever come back. For the next 3 months, everything is quiet. I leave the house for business one day, pretty much having forgotten about the incident, but my wife and Dolly are still home. I get a call later that Dolly is going absolutely insane. She's been by the back door, barking and snarling for a good 15 minutes. Naturally, this has my wife shook up. She looked out the window and couldn't see any deer or anything like that might have made Dolly act up. I tell her to stay inside and I'll be back in a bit to check on things. When I get back, I go out and check around the house. I go out and do a spiral around our property to make sure everything is all right. The sheds look fine and I don't see anything suspicious until I'm 50 feet from the house. I find a raw steak by a tree, and it has a pill pushed into the meat. The bastard was now trying to kill our dog. Nothing much else since then. Dolly has acted up once or twice, and I've found a dog toy or two that don't belong to us in our yard. Fortunately, we don't let Dolly out except for walks or if we're there with her. I actually own a part of the property all the way out to the service road, and I'm going to put a camera in the tree to try and get a license plate on this guy, and I'm going to put cameras around the house. I've bought a 9mm for the wife, which she is trained to use. I can't prove it's the same guy who followed us around 6 months ago at the car show, but I don't know who else it would be. I also have no idea how he found where we live or who he is. All I know is that when I find this guy, he's going to realize he picked the wrong couple to mess with. I live out in BFE, Kansas on a corn farm my dad owns. His house is about 50 acres across from mine. I work here and I'm learning how to run things with the expectation I'll take over someday. Lately, some strange things have been happening around the place. I'm not talking crop circles or anything like that. I'm talking about parts missing from the combines. Our shop has been broken into. We have a couple of farmhands that have seen cars speeding off from the equipment left out in the back 40, but we've never been able to get a license plate or anything. We've made police reports, but there are so few sheriffs and our county is so big that they can't really watch the place all the time. We've put up security equipment around the shops and whatnot, but there was one place we didn't think they'd try to steal from. My house is the furthest from the road, so I never would have thought they would have come here. But a month ago I was laying in bed with my wife, about to go to sleep. She bolted upright all of a sudden and said she had heard something. I hadn't heard anything and told her so and to go back to bed. She listened for a while and then thought it was nothing and laid back down. Next thing I know, I'm hearing something. It sounded like someone was trying to turn our doorknob. We live in a 2-story house and the master bedroom is right up the stairs from the door, so it's pretty much a straight shot from the door to the bedroom. I say, "Honey, you hear that?" And she says, "Yeah, that's what I heard earlier." I tell her to stay put and get on my robe and grab my shotgun. I load it with some slugs because we don't have kids yet, and I'm not really worried about shooting through a wall and hitting something. I get to the top of the stairs and we have glass on either side of the door. I see a silhouette behind the glass, so I know someone is there. I don't shoot yet because I never shoot until I positively ID my target. I wait silently. My heart is beating out of my chest and my mouth is dry. The door pops open and a head comes through, covered in a ski mask. Really, I thought the ski mask thing was only in movies, but there it was. I know no one related to me or associated with me would be picking my lock in the middle of the night wearing a ski mask. So I yell, "Stop!" and let a round fly over their heads, punching a hole through my door. My wife lets out a scream. Through the hole in my door, I can see 2 guys running up the driveway. They jump into an old Lincoln Continental and peel out of there. I call the police, but they don't get here anywhere near in time to catch the guys. I give them a description of the car as best I could, and they're still looking for them. Whoever they were, I'm sure I scared them off. Glad they didn't try to break into my dad's house. They were probably worried they could have been seen from the road, so they came to mine. My dad would have slept through the whole thing if they had gone there. I just hope he would have been able to wake up the next morning. We put a gate at the front of the driveway. Floodlights are up around the houses, as well as cameras. I'm reasonably sure we've seen the last of them, It's more to deter anyone else from getting any ideas. This happened before everyone had cell phones or GPS. It was 1995 and I was a young college student. It was the start of the school year and I was a sophomore at Duke University. My family wasn't that well off and I had gotten in on a scholarship. Anyways, I was from Cleveland, Ohio and had to make my way back to start school. Someone had told me there was a shorter route than taking I-70 to I-40. I was to take some old highways. I don't remember exactly which ones, it was so long ago, but if I took them, it would save me over an hour or two. They showed me on the map and it seemed to make sense at the time. If I could even get a couple more hours with my family, it was worth it. I left later than I normally would have, counting on saving a couple of those hours, and made my way to Durham. I got so lost on those back roads, I was running much later than I normally would have. I had a good memory back then, and failed to write down the directions, or even mark it on my map before I left. Stupid early 20s college kid, thought he knew everything. Pulled into some backwater town right before the sun went down with some car problems. It turns out I had a bad alternator, but I didn't know that at the time. I was driving an old 80s Datsun I'd picked up from my uncle for a few $100. Got into town and everything is shut down except the bar. This place didn't even have a hotel I could stay at for the night. The gas station and automotive shop didn't open until 8 the next morning. I suppose they didn't get many travelers through there since most people would have taken the interstate. Grabbed a bite to eat at the bar and then went back to my car to sleep. Now, driving a Datsun isn't comfortable at all. You can't even imagine what it's like for a taller guy like myself to try and sleep in one. But try I did. 2 in the morning and the bars are starting to empty. I wake up to people hooting and hollering as they leave the place. I roll over trying to go back to sleep when a couple slams against the hood of my car. It looked like the guy thought he was going to get lucky right then and there, but the girl had different ideas. She said he's drunk and to get off her. He kept pushing, begging to go further. It was embarrassing, really, and disgusting. This kept going on, and he would not take no for an answer. Finally, I crawled over and got out of the passenger side, mainly because they were pretty much all over the driver's side exit. I told him to get off the car and to go away. He looked at me and staggered about for a second, before giving me the middle finger. The girl had now moved behind him, and he seemed to have forgotten about her. She took a few steps back and then hurried out of there. The guy turned to call her back, but I said he should just go home. Well, that set him on to me again. He looked at me and slurred out, "You know, I don't like you." I suddenly realized the situation I was in. I was in an unknown town with no way out, no friends to call or help to get. He turned around and then called out, "Hey guys, let's fuck this dude up." But no one was left at the bar or in the street. He staggered a bit until it sunk in he had no backup. He turned back around and pointed his finger at me, saying, "You're lucky. Tonight's your lucky night, shithead." Then he slowly walked over to a truck on a side street and got in. I stood there and waited for 5 to 10 minutes, and the truck didn't go anywhere. So I went and looked inside to find him passed out in the front seat. I figured he'd wake up with a pounding headache and a fuzzy memory with how drunk he was. So I go back to my car, lock the doors, and go back to sleep. The next morning when I wake up, his truck is gone. I go get my car fixed and then get some breakfast. The waitress was the girl from the night before. She thanked me and gave me some free pancakes. I left her as big of a tip as I could and then headed out of town. I ended up getting to Duke later that day. Not incredibly scary, but it could have been much worse. At the time, I was pretty scared because I was all alone in the middle of nowhere. If he had friends around, who knows how it would have gone down. They might have taken him away and apologized. Or I could have ended up in the hospital. You never really know. I'm so glad we have GPS now to show lengths of trips and fastest routes. It was much different when I was younger, and easier to get lost. I grew up in a podunk town. If you've ever seen the first Tremors, that was roughly the size of it. One store that was also the gas station, the post office, and a beer bar, on top of selling a little bit of everything you'd need. Stayed there until I was 25 and now live in another small town, albeit bigger at least. This happened when I was 13. A stranger pulled into town with car troubles. He took it to the closest thing we had to a shop, which was just Mr. Benson's garage, where he ran a small business, keeping everyone's vehicles in town working and also fixed tractors and other equipment. This guy was at the store getting something to eat, and of course I was there too, because there was nowhere else for a kid to be in that town. As soon as I saw him, he gave me the creeps. He was very skinny and had huge bags under his eyes. His teeth were yellow and he had long greasy black hair. Looking at him made my skin crawl. I remember Mr. Bartlett, the shop owner, was trying to make conversation with the guy. The usual where you from and where you headed, but the man didn't say much. When Mr. Bartlett would look away tending to the shop, the man would turn to me and smile, and once he even winked at me. After the wink is when I got sick to my stomach, so I left to go mess around with my bike down the road. A couple of hours pass, and I've got a makeshift jump built that I'm riding over to see how high I can get. When the man passes by, his car obviously fixed by now and he's heading out of town. He sees me and stops to ask me directions to some other town. I didn't clue in why he wouldn't have asked an adult in town, and despite the nausea I felt from his appearance, I decided to tell him so he would leave. He kept saying he couldn't hear me, so I would get closer to talk to him. When I was about 2 feet away, he pushed his car door open, knocking me off my bike. We weren't that far from the store, maybe 20 or so feet, and Mr. Bartlett had come out to throw away some trash. He sees the man hit me with his car door and starts yelling at the guy. The guy was already out of his vehicle standing over me, but here's Mr. Bartlett. He looks at me, then at Mr. Bartlett, then at me again. Mr. Bartlett is already running down the street shouting at him. The man then decides it's better to make a getaway than to get into a fight, so he hops back into his car and takes off. I scurried out of the way so not to get run over, because the man swerved right at me running over my bike. I was fine, but scared out of my mind. Mr. Bartlett called the police and gave a description of the vehicle. He was picked up by the sheriff a few towns over. This was way back in the late 90s, so I forget how long of a sentence the man got. It's not something I like to think about. There was a bunch of weird stuff in his car. Fetish magazines, duct tape, and some other stuff. The guy was very sick. I'm so thankful Mr. Bartlett was taking out the trash at that time. If the man had gotten me in his car, I don't like to think about how things would have turned out. I probably wouldn't be here today.